Good evening. I'd like to open and call the meeting to order. We'll first begin with the Pledge of Allegiance. We will now turn the meeting over to our city solicitor.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Upper Darby Zoning Hearing Board. First, an announcement that the board did meet in executive session prior to this evening's hearings to discuss questions of law related to the applications. We have a nice large crowd here tonight. So some instructions on meeting procedures. There are two ways to participate in this evening's hearings. The first is public comment. At the end of each application, we'll give an opportunity for public comment. Public comment are statements in support or in opposition to the relief requested by the applicant. So everybody has an opportunity to make statements as to whether they believe the applicant should be granted the requested relief or not. The other way is called party status. If you believe that you are particularly affected by the application or the relief requested, most likely due to your interest in a property in close proximity to the subject property of the application, you can request what's called party status. Party status will allow you to more fully participate in the hearing. That allows you to ask questions of the applicant and its witnesses, present testimony and evidence of your own, receive a copy of the board's written decision, and if you disagree with the board's decision, to take an appeal to the Delaware County Court of Common Pleas. If you plan to or think you may request party status for an application, I will ask for interest in party status at the beginning of each application, but I would ask you to fill out the party status request form, which is located on the front table by the door. It requires just some basic information, your name, your address, and contact information, and that allows us to keep in touch with you. Like I said, if a hearing is continued, or if we send out the decision of the board, we're able to get that information to you properly and efficiently. So I'd ask everybody to have that ready and filled out if you do intend to participate as a party this evening. Other than that, I think we're ready to start our hearings.
Okay. We will begin with application of Anna Lee Lewis for a variance from section 55039B1 to permit a 4-foot front yard fence in an R2 residential district, and a variance from section 55039D9 to permit the unfinished side of the fence to face away from the dwelling unit. The location is 741 Westwood Lane in Alden, PA. It's an R2 residential district in the second council.
Thank you. Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Welcome. Is there anybody planning on participating this evening as a party in this application?
My husband, Derek.
Are you a resident of the property as well? Okay, so then you won't be a separate party. You'll be part of the applicant or one of the applicant's witnesses, depending on how Ms. Lewis decides to present you. Are there any other persons requesting party status for this application? All right, seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibit. ZHB1 will be the application packet, ZHB2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Can we have Ms. Lewis, and I'm sorry, your name? Derek Lewis. Can we have Mr. and Mrs. Lewis sworn in, please?
I do.
So, Mrs. Lewis, if you can give the board a summary of your application and why you believe you're entitled to the relief requested.
Okay, when we filled out the form and we received the approval letter, we actually allowed the contractor to go ahead and, finish the fence. But what happened after we finished, we got a letter as to that there was some kind of discrepancy as far as the, I guess you could call it the final inspection. So I think there was a mistake made not on our half, somewhere else, you know, with the clerical side of it, that we were approved, and once we put the fence up, it was told to us that there was some sort of error. So I think there was a little confusion as to the blueprint of, you know, that was done, and this is where the whole issue comes in. So this is why I'm here today.
Anything else, Mrs. Lewis? Mrs. Lewis, do you have anything else you'd like to add, or?
No, that about sums it up.
Okay,
We got a permit. Once it was approved, our contractor started the work. And then we found out that part of it apparently shouldn't have been approved, or I don't really know. But
And-
that's why we're here.
and the portion of the fence that's in front of your house, so essentially, if you drew a line from across the front of your house to the fence, everything that's in front of the house is 4 feet tall?
Correct.
Okay, and then it elevates in the back to 6, I believe?
And it only goes on the side. It doesn't go like in front of the house or like around the front of the house. It only goes like,
Down the side property line. Okay. So the other variance you're asking for is to permit the unfinished side of the fence to face away from the dwelling unit. The zoning code requires that the finished side faces away. So the side that's posts and the structure is supposed to face in, that's your burden, and the nice part of the fence is supposed to face out to your neighbors.
That's how it's done.
well, here, no, it's not done that way,
The
actually.
finished-
Okay,
The finished side faces our house.
right.
Right.
But the neighbor put a fence up against ours, so it wouldn't even matter. Does that matter?
I believe that fence is either no longer there or is no longer supposed to be there.
Physically there.
It's
So-
still there.
So that's an enforcement issue for the township.
Gotcha.
But, so part of your request is, let's presume that the other fence comes down.
Gotcha.
What was the reason you put the finished side towards your side of the property?
When we had the blueprint done, we didn't know that this is all going to happen. Once we got approved, we assumed that everything was read through. I think somewhere along the line, there's some sort of error that was made, not on our half, but I have no idea what happened. You know, we just followed the blueprint that we drew, and we was approved, and
And we can ask the zoning officer, but typically, plans don't show which side the finished side of the fence is on.
You saying-
That's a property issue, property owner or contractor issue.
so you want us to turn it around, basically? Is that what this is
Well,
about?
you're requesting that you don't have to do that. I'm just asking
Yeah.
why it was installed that way to
It
begin
just-
with.
The contractor just did it that way. I thought it looked nicer. It wasn't any particular reason, I don't think,
Was your neighbor's fence up before yours or after yours?
After.
way after.
I guess, board, do you have any questions for this applicant?
I have none.
None.
I have a question. You said your neighbor's fence went up after yours, or
Yes.
yours was up way after?
No, ours was up first.
Yours was up first?
Yes.
And and I just want to clarify for the record, because I think the last answer you gave confused me a bit. The discrepancy that you're referring to in the plans is not about like the facing of either side. It's about, I guess, where the fence kind of runs to.
Correct,
Is that right?
correct.
Well, here's the situation.
Bless you.
Once we were approved and it was done, we just assumed that everything was done, you know, to the letter. But then after the final inspection, we get the letter saying that it wasn't correct. So it was a little bit of a shock that we seen the approval and we did it according to the blueprint, but they're saying now it's not approved, you know what I mean? So and
Ro-
that's the part that confused me, because we put out a lot of money with the contractor in getting this done, so I'm just kind of puzzled, you know.
Right, but what I want to parse and just be clear on for the record is, they're saying is your non-approval is for two different reasons, right? One is wherever the finished side is facing.
Right.
The other reason is, I guess, where it's placed, where the fence is right.
I
Correct.
was unaware of the facing issue.
Yeah.
I totally, this is new to me.
Okay.
We do.
You do have the permit?
We do, but
Can we see?
we even just got a copy, and it's, we were hoping you guys had one as well, because,
It's really dark.
yeah, the one they sent us, should I bring it up to you?
Please.
If it's okay.
The one they sent us.
Township keeping things on microfiche still? or what?
So, but if you look right here, sorry.
Don't mind.
If you look right here, it's on there. That part of the fence is on the, like it's, yeah, that part you can see.
Where is the street
Where?
on this fence?
To the bottom of the page.
Can you see it?
This is the front of the house.
We actually could split up for you on the phone, if you want, you can actually see it. You wanna see it?
Okay.
You mean a picture?
We have cameras all over the house.
Uh,
So if
we
you
have-
want
we
us
have
to pull it up.
We have a picture in the front of
Yeah.
the property.
Okay, so
We
Yeah.
do. Yeah. So this is the four,
Right.
this is the four.
Mhm.
Let's just,
Well, that's what I just asked him. He said yes, and then, did you wanna
The-
see the camera or no?
no,
No, no.
no, we're
Okay.
good.
How long is the fence itself from the house?
From the
The end of
house?
the fence?
On the paper, it says 25
25
feet. I
feet.
think that's about right. Maybe 20, 25 feet.
But shouldn't that be 4 feet?
No, oh, you mean how
yeah.
high?
Yeah.
Yes,
height, 4 feet.
That-
Yes.
The unfinished side, well, when we say unfinished, what is this? Just, it's not painted, it's not, what's?
Rough wood.
So I'm guessing from what he
It's
was saying,
this-
like one side has like one side is smooth and the other side has, like, you can see the
The
wood
structure.
pieces, yeah,
Okay.
the structure.
But is it
Guessing
painted?
that's what he means
No.
by turning it. So the smooth side is facing our house
Mhm.
and it's painted. We had the whole fence painted black.
Mhm.
And the other side is just wood and that's facing the neighbor. But like I said, the
Okay.
neighbor has a fence on. So,
Right.
Yeah, the township generally, it's whatever side the posts are on.
Yeah, no, I understand. I guess my line of questioning is because I'm wondering, assuming that the neighbor's fence comes down as it should be.
See it on camera?
No, I don't think we need to. I'm leading up to a question because I think what you were getting at earlier is you're speaking to the burden of turning the fence around.
yeah.
And so what I'm going to ask you is, okay, are there mitigating things that you can do short of that, such as painting that side? Maybe the post is still showing or or something to mitigate what I think the intended, I think what was the intent of the policy to not have it facing that way, so it's not an eyesore essentially. And
Sure,
so, is that something you would be receptive to?
absolutely.
Should the board want to approve the variance?
Painting the
saying
other
that-
side. Well,
We'd
Ca-
have to wait till
may
the
I say
input.
something? The
No, I'm
only
just
way
asking
we
the
could-
question.
Can I,
honestly.
the only way we could do that is if there's no fence on the other side.
Yeah.
Like we can't,
Right, this is all assuming that fence comes down. I'm just curious whether, is that something you'd be,
yeah, so
Opposed to one.
that side, you're talking about that 4 feet, that the other side would have to be painted black as well?
I'm asking you if that's something you would be receptive to.
Sure, in order to keep the fence there, sure. Paint the other side.
and would it be a matter of taking the entire fence down versus just removing the post and putting it on the inside of your property, on your side? Is that much?
I mean, that's probably a question for the contractor. I don't know how hard that would be to reverse it.
One
Yeah,
post at a
might-
time, maybe?
Might require moving the posts back slightly.
Is it
because-
cemented into the
It's-
ground?
Yeah, these posts are dug in and cemented exactly, so, you know, I thought that the facing of it wasn't the issue. I thought it was just the fence alone's the issue.
Mhm.
important to, you know, because we try to follow the law and do it the right way. I thought I could go to sleep and rest and forget about this. And I'm getting these letters and I'm like, all right, you know, let me see what's going on. So, you know, we've been trying to get, you know, over here to get this past us. So we're just trying to see, you know, the conclusion. Spent a lot of money on that material. So.
It's included.
We're going to mark the copy of the permit as applicant's exhibit 1 for the record. Are there any other board questions?
Not for me.
All right. Anything else you'd like to add?
I don't think so.
Anybody else?
Take public comment.
Is there any public comment? Okay. I'd like to have an executive session.
Okay.
We're going to take a brief executive session.
Should we sit down or?
Gonna note on the record that the neighbor's fence currently remains because that decision of the board is on appeal to the Court of Common Pleas.
Okay, we'd like to make a motion.
I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion to approve this application with the condition that should the neighbor's fence come down, then the applicant will take corrective measures for the portion of the fence that is past the house and facing the neighbor to be corrected to the correct side, essentially moving not the post, but the part of the fence attached to the post flipped to the other side, should that fence come down. But that's a condition of approval.
So,
I'll say that again, because that was circular.
yeah, I got confused a little bit.
I make a motion that the application is approved on the condition that should the neighbor's fence get taken down, that the unfinished side of the fence, that the applicant takes corrective action to place the unfinished side of the fence on the proper side.
Oh, so don't paint it? Don't paint the other side? You want us to reverse it?
So, yes,
You're saying until we know whether their fence comes down or what?
the effective, if this motion passes, you would be permitted to keep the fence as it is.
Mhm.
However, if your neighbor's fence eventually comes down, then you'll need to
Paint the other side.
No.
move the
reverse it.
boards.
The boards, thank you, that's the word.
The posts don't have to be moved, but the boards would have to switch
On the other
sides.
side.
Yes.
Would
Gotcha.
it have to be painted as well on that side, or just we could leave it at that?
There's no requirement for painting unless the board wants to amend the motion.
And so that's my motion.
I object.
So all those in favor of the motion made by Mr. Bertle?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Is there any statement you want to make? Or are
No.
you okay? Okay. So that's been approved with the condition. You'll receive a written decision within 45 days of this.
Thank you
of
so,
tonight.
so much. Thank you
Alright.
so, so much. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, our next case is 6-3 of 24, application of Advocates of Merits of Islam for Today's Youth, Karo Saeed Fareed Ahmed, for a special exception from Section 558A to permit a private school, college, or university in an R2 residential district, and a variance from Section 550-33A, Table 8-1, to permit use of the existing 18 parking spaces where 48 new parking spaces would be required. The location is 51 South State Road in Upper Darby, and it's in R2 residential district, 5th Council District.
All right. Are you Mr. Attia?
Yes.
Welcome. Just a little housekeeping before I let you get started. Is there anybody who's requesting party status for this application this evening? You can come forward, please. So if you can just clear the podium if you don't mind grabbing the paper. You can hand your paper to Mr. Brown here. So if you just come to the podium just for a moment.
Yep.
Ms. Rao,
Yes.
are you Vivian or Melanie?
Melanie.
Melanie, okay. And you live at 7122 Sellers Avenue?
Yes.
And how close is that to the subject property?
Yes. So it's a block. It's like the next block over from the block that the mosque is on.
Yes.
RAO. And my first name is Melanie, MELANIE.
So the subject property is located on State between Sellers and Wayne, and you are the next corner down Sellers?
At the corner of Keystone and Sellers, which is the next block. So it's State.
You
and
are at the
Sellers.
corner of Keystone and Sellers?
Yes.
Okay. I would recommend that we grant party status to this requester. Is there any objection?
No
All right.
objection.
You'll be a party, and I'll explain how that works in just a minute.
Okay.
Is there anyone else who's requesting party status? Ma'am, have you filled out oh, thank you. Is it Nachi? Nachif?
Nashif.
With
Nashif?
an F.
Okay.
N-
Nachef?
Mhm.
Okay.
Iman. Iman.
And you're at 7220 Sellers Avenue?
Yes, correct.
And I'm assuming, do you know how close you are to Ms. Rao? Oh, you're very close. You're next door neighbors to the property?
Yes.
I would also recommend that this person be granted party status. Any objection?
No objection.
Mr. Attia, is there any objection to either of these parties on your behalf? Okay. Any other persons requesting party status for this application? Get your legwork in.
Yeah, Joe Scott, SCOTT.
Mr. Scott, you're at 7208 Wayne,
Yes.
and can you state on the record how close to the property that is, to the mosque?
Yeah, so the other person's on Seller, between Sellers and, on Sellers between State and Keystone. I'm between, I'm sorry, State and Keystone. I'm between State and Keystone on Wayne, halfway up.
One block.
I would recommend that Mr. Scott be granted party status. Is there any objection from the board? Mr. Attia, any objection? All right, so you'll be a party as well. Anyone else requesting party status for this matter? Have you filled out the form? Okay. We'll give you just a second. Actually, ma'am, do you mind just coming up to the podium and I'll do the questions first and then you can fill out the form and hand it up. Can you please state your name for the record?
Alice Brown
And your address?
is 7208 Wayne Avenue, Upper Darby.
So that's the same address as Mr.
Yes.
Scott? Okay. I would also recommend that Ms. Brown be granted party status. Is there any objection from the board?
None.
No objection.
Any objection, Mr. Tia? Okay, you'll be
Thank
granted.
you.
Please fill out the form as well. That's fine. Anyone else requesting party status for this matter? All right, seeing none. So how party status works, so everybody's aware of the rules of the road that the board follows. The applicant will be able to put on their presentation after each witness. I don't know how many witnesses the applicant plans to present, but after each witness, each party will have the opportunity to ask that witness questions. It's an opportunity for questions only at that point. Once the applicant has finished their case, each party will have the opportunity to testify and present their own evidence. In turn, each party will get to ask each party questions after they present their evidence, okay? So that's all questions. You may, when you're testifying, you may offer your own testimony at that point. That's your opportunity to make statements under oath. Any questions on that? All right. So we're going to get started. The board's going to enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet. ZHB 2 will be the notice photos. And ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. Attia, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Adam Attia, Attia. Good evening, board members. I represent the advocates for the merits of Islam for today's youth, and refer to them as Amity. They currently operate a mosque on 51 South State Road, and they are currently seeking licensure with the Pennsylvania Department of Education to offer a private 4-year college to offer a bachelor's degree in Arabic and Islamic studies. That application is currently pending before the Pennsylvania Department of Education. They are seeking a special exemption for use as a private college and also a variance regarding the parking. Currently, Masjid Omar Amity, they offer religious services, serve as a house of worship. Every Friday, they have over 500 congregants come. They daily have 50 to 100 congregants come and use the property. They are only seeking licensure for about 75 students. That's the capacity of the private college. They currently can handle the demand with the 50 to 100 congregants every day. They also have a variance to operate a daycare for 30 children. They operate that every day as well.
I'm sorry, did you say they can or can't handle the demand?
They
Oh,
can.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry. No, they can handle the demand. On Fridays, like I said, it goes up to 500 congregants. They have parking spaces available on site. They also have an agreement with the funeral home across the street, Vrame Funeral Home, where they lease parking spaces. And they currently have a verbal agreement with the funeral home to provide additional parking spaces upon approval for the private, for this special exemption. Adding a private college is pretty similar to what they already offer. They offer, religious services. They offer educational programs. They are a community gathering point. They celebrate holidays. There's daily prayers there. Most of the students will be living near campus, in apartments near campus. And additionally, like I said, they have an agreement with the funeral home across the street. And the location is also accessible by public transportation. There's a SEPTA stop right out front of the property. So what Amity provides is currently similar to what they are seeking licensure. They just want to have like a approved degree granting institution in the state of Pennsylvania. They're seeking, like I said, Arabic and Islamic studies. There's a growing Muslim population in southeastern Pennsylvania, and Masjid Omar and Amity, they intend to serve the needs of that community. There are some other language programs at universities, but nothing that offers the extensive Arabic and religious studies that Amity intends to offer. With that, I have with me the general manager of Amity.
Can we just ask a question or two? Do you have copies of the parking agreements with the funeral home across the street that you plan on introducing?
I do not have copies. We have a verbal agreement. They currently already have an agreement for the Friday prayer, where they handle the excess. It goes up to 500 congregants. So they already have an agreement in place for that, and they have discussed verbally, and there is a verbal agreement. We are working on finalizing a contract with the funeral home.
So you can present your witness. You guys can sit down until I ask for you. I'm sorry to have you standing there. So we can have your witness sworn in, and then you can feel free to ask him questions.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm?
Yes.
Say your name.
Sayed, S-Y-E-D, Fareed, F-A-R-E-E-D, Ahmed, A-H-M-E-D.
Josh, are you hearing? Is everybody hearing the presenters well enough? Is the mic on? Okay, just making sure.
I can talk like this. Like Adam said, I'm the general manager for Amity. And I've been with Amity, like I'm one of the founders of the organization. I've been with them since construction, basically, since we got this building when it was dilapidated and run down and left for years. And I was managing the construction of it. So I've been with it since the beginning. And I have seen, if you look at this room, you see all the different races, ethnicities, groups that come by. And this is just a small taste of just the number of people that we get. We get a whole lot of different and diverse groups coming to our center. And many of them we find are new Muslims. Like many people nowadays are very interested in learning about Islam, just for various reasons. And as they come, one of the first things that they want to learn, aside from the basics, is the Arabic language. And so around this, we started building this Arabic language program during the day. And I mean, it has seen a tremendous amount of interest. And this program that we're talking about, formalizing and licensing, we've essentially been doing it, but without the licensure part, because this is the interest. And so we've been working on having, just as a general education, as part of our religious institution, we've been giving these Arabic classes, and they largely complement our regular mosque traffic, right? So I know one of the concerns that people in general have is that all of a sudden you're going to be a college and there's going to be so many more people coming. Well, it's not the case now. And the reason it's not the case, and it's not going to be the case, is because it largely complements our other traffic. So these courses are morning courses, they're day courses. And most of the Islamic prayers that people actually come to are evening prayers, right? Even the Friday prayer is 2:00, right? So these things are afternoon stuff, whereas the educational programs are morning stuff. So to a large degree, they complement the traffic that we expect to see, that we see for the prayers, for the general religious worship. And so for that reason, we think that this is something that will be easy for the community, not a burden. And additionally, just in general, one of the approaches we have is we're very neighbor friendly, right? So in terms of if any complaint, like if I hear anything from the neighbors, I work extra to try to do more than what we need to do. For example, we have a neighbor who lives right next to us in Wayne. She's not here right now. She made a comment once that the exhaust from the people who were parking in our parking lot, who reversed into the parking spots, it was going into her living room, right? Which is a reasonable comment. And so we put up signs the next day practically about front end parking only at these spots. We didn't have to do this, but this is how we act with our neighbors. If anybody comes and tells me that there's an issue with parking, that maybe one of our Friday congregants parked in front of their driveway, if I hear about it, it's addressed, because we want to be the source of light for the community, the source of benefit, the source where the children go to learn the proper values. And this starts from the children and goes all the way to the adults. And so we expect from the adults coming similar, that they have to treat our neighbors well. And this is part of our religion and part of our core values. And so we take this very seriously in terms of making sure that whatever we do does not negatively affect the people around us.
Could you speak? Sure. I mean, I'm sorry, Sarah, do you have more questions for your witness? Could you speak about the parking situation? Because your request here is to be permitted to continue to use 18 parking spaces, which would accommodate your 75 students as well as your existing congregation, where the code would otherwise require you to construct 48 new parking spaces.
Right.
And one would venture to say that you do have area on your property to construct additional parking spaces. Can you speak as to why you're requesting a variance instead of constructing additional parking spaces?
Well, if we actually need it, we'll do it, right? Like this for sure, if we needed it, but I don't think we need it. And the reason I don't think we need it is because a lot of these people who take the classes, number one, they come during the day where the parking lot is not busy, so they park in the parking lot comfortably. Number two, the younger population ends up being dropped off or taking public transportation, and as they get more into it, there's 4 big apartment buildings that are within, each within a block of the center. So a lot of the people who start to take these classes seriously move near the center, or they buy houses near the center. And so much, we did a map of the people who come to our center, and they're within walking distance, right? A 5-minute walk for the most part. And so I don't expect that we would even fill our existing lot. But this is where what we came up with and what we agreed to with Michael Vrame He was on vacation and we were camping, and so this last couple of weeks we couldn't get something written in place. But he was adamant that I mention it, that we've talked verbally, and that this is something that's that we just need to iron out. But what we talked about is that if we see a need, like if we have students that are coming and we see a need for them to park that our parking lot doesn't handle, we'll buy parking space, and they have over 50 parking spots. We'll rent the spot monthly and pay them monthly for it, because their funeral home doesn't get that many people coming on a regular basis.
There other board questions for this witness?
How many spaces are there right now for Ram that he's giving up to you?
He has over 50 spaces.
You say he has 50?
My count is over 50, because he has 50 in the back and a few more in the front.
So you're saying that currently you have, how many parking spaces are within in the back?
18.
And they're not occupied all day, every day, only during service?
Right. So when people come for a prayer, then they leave, and they come for classes, and then they leave, that type of thing.
So would prayer and classes overlap one another?
For the most part, no, except for the midday prayer, but that's our the fewest number of people that come. And that's maybe a dozen people that come, most walk,
Midday prayer, one
which
day?
is around 1 and 2 o'clock.
Is that every day, or is
Yes.
that? Okay.
How long are your teaching sessions?
Like each class,
Yeah.
between 45 minutes and an hour. Like a class, right? Or are you talking about the whole college?
I'm trying to get a feel as to how many people are coming and what the flow is, if you will, the impact of traffic in the neighborhood.
Right.
Course of a day.
Our program is an immersion program, right? So we encourage the people to come in the morning and stay till the afternoon, so that they can be immersed in the language, right? Because we think that that's the best way to learn a different language. And so we have very qualified teachers, fortunately, at least masters, PhDs that are teaching. And so the people come generally in the morning. Like I said, it's drop off or public transportation, or they walk, and then they leave in the afternoon. Similar pickup.
What's the status of the pending DOE application? Like, how far along?
We just submitted.
Either one of you could answer.
We just
but
submitted. We just submitted. It's just in, because there was a deadline for June 30th.
There's a deadline for a particular, like, approval period? Is what
Yeah,
you're saying? Okay.
exactly.
Is obtaining zoning approval for the use of prerequisite as part of that application?
There are zoning requirements.
Speak into the mic.
Sorry, there are zoning requirements as part of the application. Now, the application itself, though, is kind of an interactive process where the committee reviews it and they come back with any concerns that they do have, and they give usually a few additional months to rectify any concerns that they had with the application. But there is a zoning requirement to the application.
And I guess, and I'm sure it ebbs and flows a bit, but generally speaking, what's the expected timeline? Let's assume you get approved, right? In a regular course, generally speaking, what's your expected sort of timeline for that?
Generally, I think approval the whole process lasts about 6 months. So the June 30 deadline is to start classes. So the June 30, 2024 deadline is to start classes in the fall of 2025, 26. Yeah.
And am I correct? You testified that you guys are seeking approval to be a 4-year degree institution?
Yes, and as part of the application, they're also seeking accreditation as well for the program.
Okay. Because similar to my colleagues here on the board, I'm trying to sort of conceptualize sort of the flow of the proposed use with the existing uses. And sort of the first step of that in my head is understanding, okay, let's say you are approved as a 4-year institution, the requirements of that in terms of students are credit, a credit count, right? Whether it's 120, 150, whatever the case may be. And then that credit count is broken down into required classroom time, right? And like just hours, basically. And so, whether it's hour and a half, 3 hours at a time, eventually those hours have to be filled up in a finite amount of time of whatever the semester, or I'm not sure how you're planning on structuring the educational aspect of it. So that's where I'm struggling a little bit, when we're talking about like, okay, 45 minutes here, 45 minutes there, that to me, that doesn't lend itself to what I traditionally understand the requirements of a 4-year institution is.
My understanding that the classes, they're either 5 days a week for 45 minutes each, but that the schedule is like back-to-back classes with set breaks in between, but it's generally expected that the students would be there from the morning till the afternoon daily.
Okay.
This is what I was saying before about the immersion, right? So this is why one of the reasons also I don't expect parking to be an issue, because we're an immersion-based thing. So people are in classes from 8 to 4 sometimes, right? So depending on the situation. And when they go home, there's a lot of study time. So what they do is they get places near the center so that they can be right there, right? And this is where we're fortunate that we have all these apartment buildings right next to us, and we have a lot of housing right next to us. And so you'll find if you go across these houses, many of the people are our regulars because of this reason, that they just want to move to be closer to the program. And this is where, I mean, we've received comments, for example, like, in 6 months in your program, I learned more than 3 years of Arabic at Temple, right? So I'm not exaggerating, because it's an immersion program where you're just immersed in the language. And the idea is that when you finish the classes that are at the center, you're doing a considerable amount of coursework at home that is continuing to keep you immersed into it.
And so I know you said earlier there was a verbal agreement with a neighboring business, or I guess across the street. If necessary, from your point of view, to sort of use that resource. But is there a written agreement for what your current arrangement, this expansion aside? Or is that a verbal, like,
I
what's
have
the
copies of
scenario
checks that
there?
I've been giving him, but if we have a cordial relationship, and so it's verbal, and we pay a certain amount every few months to them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What happens when Mr. Graham has a funeral?
If there is a large funeral, we'll make arrangements that either the students that are coming in take classes remote that day, right? That could be a way if there's no parking available. If there's a parking is tight, we can do that. And we're set up technologically that every classroom, because of COVID, we're set up technologically that every classroom can live stream, and that class can be there and class can be outside. And if if somebody, so we can set up if there's, he doesn't have large funerals often, right? And this is kind of the sign of the times. So there's not, it's not very often that there's large funerals, and we used a lot beyond Fridays. Any special holiday, we used a lot. When we did we did a carnival, we did pony rides last month, where we had petting zoo and pony rides, and hundreds of people coming. We used a lot. We did a carnival that had many hundreds of people that came. We used a lot, right? So it's a very cordial relationship, and there's not a lot of times when there's a lot of traffic there. But when there is, we make adjustments for that day, and we'll manage.
What are your plans to develop parking on your site? Have you thought of that, or have you given any conclusion as
I
to
mean,
that?
look, we could develop on the side lot, and the reason we're hesitant to do it is because during our major holidays that we have, it's almost like half of Upper Darby comes to pray, and we can't, because there are two major prayers during the year, and we use the grass area on the side for these prayers. They're in the morning, they come, they pray, and then they go, right? These are the two major holidays that we have during the year. And so we'd like to keep that grass space. Plus the kids play in it, there's football, there's a lot of stuff. So if we can avoid eliminating the grass space, we'd prefer it that way. Like that's where we did the pony rides last month. It's a nice space to have.
I don't deny that that isn't a good feel of what you'd like to do, but the bottom line is you still have to come up with those spaces that you can control and you have a responsibility for. And you're talking of 75 people that are going to take your courses, as I understood it. And then say your 75 people are there as a freshman. Next year, it could be an additional 75.
It would be 75 total students.
50.
No. It would be 75, the entire student body.
The entire student population for each year. So you're going to have,
No, for all 4 years. So it'd be about, 20 students per year. So freshman body would be like 18 to 20 students. That's the reasonable capacity that we feel for this building. If we grow beyond that, then we will look into other buildings or other spaces. But that's why we said 75 for the total student body.
You mentioned, when you were talking about the grassy area, you mentioned sort of, activities with children. I want to talk about the daycare for a second.
Sure.
'Cause you don't traditionally see like the commingling of undergraduate students and children. So what's the plan there? What's like, where's this daycare housed within the structure versus where you're proposing to have college students, and have you thought through that? And
So one of the things we like as just a principle is to, as part of mentoring these young adults, is to give them responsibilities and internships in terms of how they take care of the youngers in the community. So they give classes to the younger kids, and this might not necessarily apply to the daycare kids, but I'm just saying in general, this is our approach. In terms of the daycare itself, our basement is huge, 14-foot high ceilings, and this is where the daycare currently is, and it is completely segregated from the rest of the building with one-way access doors. Right? We had DHS approve or come give us conditional approval before COVID, where we were running that daycare, and we stopped when all of the COVID, because it was very early in us opening the daycare, and then we had all the COVID restrictions kind of slam on top of us, and so it was kind of a dramatic pause. But we definitely, the need is so strong in the community, so it's something that we want to keep. The thing that's fortunate for daycare is that it's drop off, right? The parents come, they drop off the kids, and they go. So it doesn't really affect the parking situation at all.
have you had any traffic studies?
No, we have not.
I think it's a wonderful thing what you're doing there, and I just can't visually wrap my mind around the traffic and the parking, because if you're already challenged with and have arrangements with other businesses for parking. I'm very familiar with your location. I've seen that during certain times there are challenges with parking on the streets. And then when I just heard you mention about the grass, and there's a couple times a year and maybe some other events that happen and you use the outdoors. I've seen that event. I've also just seen the traffic back up State Road, sidewalk. I know it gets roped off. I'm really concerned for so let's not say Ram, let's say the neighbors that have driveways and have challenges with parking, and this is real life, parking during the prayer time, certain days of the week. And I'm thinking, okay, if there's, say, 75 students, in addition to what's currently there, if you don't have the means now, how do you plan to accommodate additional people to attend the school? I just,
Sure.
and because I know it very, very well, I just want to, I need to be not convinced, but if you could give me a visual or what your plan is. because I hear you saying it, but I don't see it.
The events that you're talking about, where we do have, I mean, these are the large holidays, right? Equivalent in terms of magnitude to Christmas and the like. These are a couple of times a year type of thing, and the colleges are usually closed, right? Because they're holidays, so there wouldn't be students on those days because it's the holiday, right? So these things would be kind of independent of each other. That's why I'm saying that largely what we're talking about in terms of the students, it's coming at times where we don't have a major event happening, we don't have the bigger prayers happening and the like. And so it would be very similar to if you went right now to the center and the volume that you see in terms of what's parking, we'd expect that kind of volume during the day, maybe even less actually.
But if you're having prayer and you already have classes in session, when prayer is happening, there's a lot of traffic. So let's not talk about the events.
Which prayer? The Friday one.
I don't know if it's Thursday or Friday.
Friday.
Okay. So and then I know there's some evening prayer. I don't know the schedule, but what I'm saying is if you already have an existing parking issue and you're adding additional people to attend the site, how are you going to alleviate that if there's already an existing issue, even using a RAM across the street?
This is where I guess I would say that I'm not convinced there's a parking issue now, because I was talking to, before we even submit the application, we had a conversation with Councilman Heyman, who's the councilman for the district. And when he saw the volume of people, because he came out for one of our celebrations, when he saw the volume of people that actually come to the center, he was shocked. And he was shocked because he said, we never get complaints about you. He said, for other centers, we know there's volume because we're getting complaints all the time, but we never get complaints about you. And this is something that like I said, we take it seriously, the taking care of the neighbors. And so if I hear and know of any neighbor that there is an issue with, that's my top priority, right? To try to make sure that doesn't become an issue. So I get what you're saying about the Friday, that there's just the sheer volume is high on Friday because that's the biggest prayer of the week. But that's for, half an hour to an hour. And the class time, we would stop the classes and it wouldn't be happening at that time during the Friday. So we would pause it well before this time because we actually have to prepare the center for the prayer. And so it wouldn't be, I don't see it adding to these peaks at all that we already have.
Are the 75 students already part of your congregation?
Yes.
And so you're not attracting additional people from the outside to come and take these classes. This is people who would already be on site
Exactly.
already.
They might, if we don't have this program, they might just be there to read Quran. But yeah, yes, they're already.
In the future, do you intend to advertise, recruit, reach outside of the community to bring people into this educational program?
I mean, we're definitely equal opportunity, right? So it's not that we would restrict anyone who wants to come learn. And generally for all of our religious programs is that way, right? So everybody who wants to come learn, we're always welcoming. We do advertise, but we focus. I mean, usually this type of learning is second, right? So first they come and they become part of the community. They learn about the religious knowledge, and then they go into Arabic. So most of our advertisement is focused internally on the people who are already, for this program, are the people who are already Muslim and learning, because these are the people that we see the most interest in. But for sure, we're open to everyone.
Did you look at any other sites for the educational component of this?
We have not. We like our neighborhood. I'd like to be there. I think it's a good fit for the neighborhood, and I think there will be continued benefit by being there.
Have you considered talking with Delaware County Community College?
Yes, actually, and this is if we, even for GREs, if we have to do that, GER, sorry, if we have some need to add those, then we'll partner with them. Even Rosemont College, I've talked to the dean there and given lectures there, so that hopefully we can have some type of partnership with them as well.
Unless the board objects, I think we'll take, do you have something right now? We'll take some questions from the other parties, and then the board will have another opportunity based on what comes up in those questions. So we'll start with Ms. Rao. Do you have questions for this witness? So you have to come up to the microphone, and actually you can please stay at the podium so we can hear you. So come around the front of the bar, and you can turn on one of these microphones that are over here. Yeah, if you can, feel free to sit if you want to. You just have to, yeah.
All right, it's working?
Yeah, you can pull it towards you.
Okay. I guess one of my questions is for you have 30 missing spaces from the 48 spaces that are required. And I understand that you have 50 spaces on frame. Do you have like documentation of the 50 spaces?
So they have over 50 spaces in their lot that we can check with satellite and kind of present it if needed. But they wouldn't give us all of those because obviously they need to keep doing their business. So it would be based on, like, let's say we have a student that we know is going to commute and have their car. So as part of the admissions process, we would make them get a parking pass. And so they would have to pay monthly for that pass, and that pass would be on their car, and that would allow them to park at Brame.
Okay. And then I guess during, I know one of your bigger holidays is Ramadan, and I know that there's kind of like you pray more often, you have like more prayer services during those times. How would you fit to accommodate during those prayer services and the college?
Most of the activities for Ramadan are evening, so sunset and beyond. That's when we break the fast. That's when we have the people coming to eat and to pray late at night. And so again, it wouldn't actually the instructor often tells the students to go home and study because of how intensive the studies are during those times. So we don't expect that to be adding to the Ramadan traffic.
Okay, and then I guess in the future, if there are neighbors that do complain about the parking, because there is a lot of street parking generally during the prayer services, how would you fit to handle the parking at that point?
So it depends on the situation. If somebody is blocking your lot, I mean, if it happens, I basically block everything and make an announcement right away, and talk to the person personally usually about it. And I make a bit of a fuss, enough of a fuss that they know it's serious. So depends on the situation. If somebody's parking on your grass and they damage it, for sure, I would make them pay for that damage. And if it came down to it, the center would pay, because we don't want that to happen.
Okay, yeah, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. Ms. Nashif? Do you have any questions for this witness? Okay. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions? Okay, so please come up to the same microphone that Ms. Rao used.
For the record, I do attend the center, the Islamic Center, and I'm a contract employee there, so just to make it clear. I want to ask the question, just a quick clarification, as far as, I live on Wayne, I walk to my job, and my observation is that during the day, all of Wayne is basically empty.
So this is just questions at
Yes.
this point.
I'm getting to
Okay.
the question. Sorry. And so during the day, Wayne is empty, and so you say your program is going to be during the day, correct? So it's not going to impact anybody else. I guess everybody parking on the street is basically from the apartments, and so they come, they park at night, and then they go during the day. So it's not going to impact anybody in the neighborhood. Essentially, if students are coming from 8 and leaving at 2 o'clock, for example, is that correct?
Yes. Yes, that's correct. You're right. Most of the volume on the street comes at night when the people in the apartments come home and park their cars, are the ones that are right there. And for the most part, you have that corner between Wayne and State Road that's often empty during the day. Then you have the entire corner of Sellers and State Road, which fits 7, 8 cars that's empty during the day.
That's all for now. I'll just comment later.
All right, thank you, Mr. Scott. Ms. Brown, do you have any questions? Okay, thank you. Any further board questions?
A comment that will end in a question. But so I believe, or at least personally, I believe that you're sincere in your efforts to be good neighbor and I agree with my colleagues that everything we've heard and from what I've known about your institution and your mosque has been all positive, generally speaking. I personally haven't heard anything negative about that. My kids used to go to daycare up the street. That said, I think in your efforts to be a good neighbor, you have taken steps to try to mitigate parking issues, which is a positive thing. But the fact that those steps were taken by you is also an acknowledgement that the notion that there is no parking issue doesn't really jive with those actions, right? And so my question to you is, if you receive state approval for this and you obtain these the necessary approvals for the institution, the educational aspects of it, what steps can you consider taking to continue trying to mitigate that? Even though it may be an acknowledgement that there is a problem, even though you're stating on the record that there isn't, the actions thus far have been an attempt to mitigate that. And so could you talk a little bit, hearing your previous statement, but can you just talk a little bit about additional steps that you think the institution can take to get ahead of what may be problems down the line, even if you don't believe today that there will be?
Sure. And just to be clear, I accept that there is a lot of volume on Friday and that this can have an issue But my point is that this would be complementary to the usage for the college. So I don't think the two would relate. That it wouldn't have any effect and change on Friday. That is just given the fact that we have a large Muslim population in Upper Darby that has to pray. So in terms of the future, as you said, we have Sellers Memorial Library also right across the street, right next to the funeral home. And they also have a lot, not to say that I would want to necessarily use that, but it is an opportunity for a partnership of some sort with them because we are going to be an educational institution. And so we want to encourage people to use that library and its facilities on an ongoing basis. So I see an opportunity for partnership there in general. And then, we're always, if we see an opportunity to acquire parking space that we can own, that wouldn't affect the fields, and to buy those spaces, if you tell me about it, I'll be right on top of it. Like it'll be I will be right on top of it. It'll be something that we will focus on and try to get if the need is there.
Any other board questions for this witness?
You've talked about negotiating with Mr. Vram to get the use of his spaces. Have you considered buying the facility so you can use those spaces all the time and they'll be yours to deal with?
We have.
And how much was that going to be?
I'd rather not disclose those details, but we've been in discussions.
You asking about the number of spaces?
No.
Oh.
Got?
Okay.
So it looks more serious to do that. That's all I'm saying.
Any other questions? All right. Any other witnesses you want to present? No. Okay. Thank you. Ms. Rao, this would be your opportunity to come forward and present testimony of your own. Yes, please. And we'll have you sworn in before you begin.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Okay. For my testimony, sorry, you didn't hear me well.
You're good.
Okay. For my testimony, so we live at the corner of Keystone and Sellers, and we do see the influx of traffic and parking that does occur, especially on those Friday prayers, as well as the prayers that are happening during Ramadan. And we have noticed an influx in the traffic issues, in addition to the traffic issues we already have, due to people using that as like a shortcut or like another way from Westchester Pike, including the police enforcement. And we don't feel that it's appropriate on the residents in a residential area where we hope to kind of keep it quiet to have as much parking, especially when there's 500 congregants coming to the facility as it is. And we just wanted to know how that would be mitigated in the addition of a university.
Thank you. Mr. Atiyah, do you have any questions for Ms. Rao? Okay. We're going to have to do this every time, so this is the process. Ms. Nashif, do you have any questions for Ms. Rao? So you'll have to come forward if you do. Yes, please.
You live across the street, you said?
No, I live at the corner of Keystone and Sellers.
At the corner, okay. Have you ever seen, during the Friday prayers, have you ever seen any of the people who work at the center? Have you seen them directing any of the traffic or doing anything to?
I have not. I actually have pictures from the past Friday. They're on my phone. I haven't printed them out. Where there was like a community bus who was trying to get through the traffic, and there was parking on, this was on Wayne actually, but they were trying to get through the traffic and there was parking on both sides and they were having a struggle. And I have pictures of that as well as the parking that happened on Friday's prayer.
You mean it was street parking and the bus was trying to get through?
Yeah, and that was like with the traffic that was also trying to pass.
Just because of, can I make a comment about,
Just
sorry,
questions
okay.
right now. You can save your comments for your next, so. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions for Ms. Rao? Ms. Brown? Does the board have any questions for Ms. Rao?
No.
All right, thank you, Ms. Rao.
Thank you.
Ms. Nashif, I know you just sat down. But we'll have you sworn in and then you can make your comments.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Say your name one more time.
Iman Nashif.
Go ahead.
So the reason that I asked that question was because I live across the street, and so I would be one of the people who walks on foot. And I actually observe whenever there are large events, I observe people from the center who are like dressed in vests, and they're directing the people who, who are driving by just to facilitate. And I see more, multiple people who are doing that in an organized way. So as a neighbor, I feel that it's an organized method. And as Mr. Ahmed was saying, I really do feel taken care of in that sense, and that if there's ever an issue, there's somebody that's like physically there watching to make sure and to take care of anything that would happen. And my other comment that I wanted to say is, I have lived across the street for 7 years, and I've watched the center grow, from the association, how it was established with just a few congregants. And each year it's gotten bigger and bigger. And I've seen the local population grow. And I also belong to this center. And the message and the programs that they offer for the youth are just so positive, and they're encompassing and they're welcoming of everybody in the community. So as somebody who lives there, I was excited when I learned about the college, because it's something that I feel would really serve our growing Muslim population. I've attended many of the lessons and many of the functions, and I know the positive messages that they spread, the encouragement for being positive members of the community, contributing members of the community. And so I feel that this would be a huge asset to our community to have this accredited opportunity for our youth to continue to learn the language, so that they can serve, so that they can be positive contributors to society.
Mr. Atiyah, do you have any questions for Ms. Nashif? Ms. Rao, do you have any questions for Ms. Nashif? If you ever do this again, you'll choose a seat in the front of the room, I'm sure.
I was just curious, of the people that you were seeing kind of like directing like the traffic and stuff, were they just kind of like on the parking lot, or were they coming down the street? Because I haven't
So-
seen them down the street.
Yeah, no, I've seen them mostly across where Vrame is. But really, sometimes I see 2, 3 people just kind of stationed around there. But even during like the larger events, they've sectioned off, or they put like posts along the sidewalks just to, even though they don't have to do that, but just so that people would be able to safely pass by. So I really, I've observed this, and it happens to, maybe 1 or 2 days before the event. So I feel like this is really, it's part of the outreach that they do with the community, just trying to prepare ahead of time because of, the large influx of people who would come. Usually it's, on foot. So it's, just trying to look out for people's safety.
Okay. That's all the questions.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Rao. Mr. Scott, do you have any questions for Ms. Nashif? Ms. Brown? Any board questions?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
I have a question. When you mentioned, that's a very good point. Again, I support what you all are doing and trying to do for our community, the children, and for people. But you mentioned how people were directing traffic. Was this just on State? I guess I'm piggybacking. her
I've
question.
observed it on State. You know, other than that, on the side, I just see that they put like cones or they do more like informal kind of just directing so that people can more easily maneuver. But really on State because it's such a busy road and people crossing.
So this may not be a comment question for you, but is there the possibility that, I don't know who the people are that are looking out for traffic flowing through since State Road is so busy, that the side streets that's done, like maybe someone is just walking down or perusing it when it is those busy times or Fridays at 2 o'clock because driveways get blocked sometimes. I'm in the neighborhood, I'm right there. I just seen a car get hit while parked, blocking a driveway. And so I'm concerned for that reason, that people are flowing in and out. You know, we all have busy lives and schedules. You're going to prayer. I get it. But is that a possibility that maybe, I'm not saying security, but just some sort of monitoring where they're just doing a radius around the block just to check?
Well, I can say, you know, from some of the people who attend the service on Friday, um, you know, I've actually heard comments from some of the people like who come to pray and they're rushing and trying to get there. And they're like upset because they weren't permitted to double park or they weren't permitted to do that by the, you know, by the people who are in charge and, you know, wearing the yellow vests. So they really do take that seriously to the extent that the people who attend are like, they didn't let me park for 5 minutes. I just had to get out. I just needed to double park. So it really is taken seriously. And as Mr. Ahmed was saying, there's like a constant, you know, if, you know, there's like a constant communication among the people. Everybody's there to listen to the speaker who's going to be speaking. So if somebody's blocking or if there's an issue, they're immediately up. There's, you know, this car, this license plate, you need to move your car immediately. You're double parked or whatever it is. And, you know, it doesn't usually get to that point because there are people who are stationed and, you know, and again, like he said, it's usually at the Friday prayer where they know that there are hundreds of people who are going to come, or the holidays, which are known in advance. Other than that, you know, as I said, I live across the street and I've seen it at all times, you know, when there might be 10 people, 100 people, 75 people, which is expected for the college. And I believe he mentioned that there's a online opportunity. So it might not even be the 75 people who are physically there all the time. But, you know, as he said, the parking lot it does get full. You know, it's not like it's an empty parking lot, but it's never to the point where, you know, there's, it's like an issue. Really, I believe that with the college being in the morning times and knowing just when that congestion happens, I don't see really where the connection would be between the two. And, you know, I know that from the other people who attend, I know that there are many who come on foot, they're local, you know, people move there because they want to be able to walk or to live in the nearby apartments. So I expect that it would not be really very congested if it stays at that number of the 75 projected.
And because there is already Wayne and South two-way streets, it should really be a one-way street. So in addition, you know, with the services that are happening on Fridays, I'm not saying the 75 people are going to all have cars, all come at the same time.
Right.
But I think if you're aware, you know better, you do better. Just to patrol the blocks, just to see. I just wonder if that is even an option, because maybe the neighbors and community.
Yeah.
Some people just don't say things, just to. Oh, sure.
Just to clarify, we do on the major events, usually aside from going around for the parking, I put crossing guards on Wayne and Cellar. So that's what, when we say directing the traffic, is just to make sure that people can cross the road safely. And
Top of Wayne and
at
Sellers itself.
where Wayne meets with Sellers, Wayne meets with State, and Sellers meets with State. And this is just, I mean, nobody asked us to do it, but this is on our own initiative. And way back during when Mayor McCosey was mayor, he did come by, and one of the things we talked about as a future vision is having a crossing light between us and the Vrame parking lot. If that continues to be where we go. So I mean, we're these things are on our mind, and we definitely want to make sure that if the burden becomes heavy for the community, that we take the necessary actions. In terms of what you're saying for the monitoring, I think yes, we will put an effort on it, but if you want, take my number. And just the best thing is for the neighbors, just like I said, open dialogue, right? If you guys see something, the moment you message me, it gets shared with the team, and action is taken.
Any other board questions?
Executive session?
Thank you, Ms. Nashif. Yeah, we did that already. Okay. Mr. Scott. We can have you sworn in before you begin.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. As I mentioned earlier, I do live on Wayne. I have a neighbor in the room here, a very nice neighbor. The student body here is, as I'd like to just reiterate, it's been mentioned, the student body is very small, whereas, and then the percentage of them that would commute is smaller, and at the times they're going to be there, it's not a 24-hour parking lot there. As far as Wayne, for example, it's not going to be a 24-hour parking lot for them. It sounds like it's intended to be staggered, and as I mentioned earlier, my question to Mr. Ahmed was that I see Wayne every day. I agree it should be a one-way street. The biggest issue there is it's a byway between Byway or Garrett and State. People trying to cut around the 3, and the speeding that goes on there. This is a higher impact than any parked cars would have, or to the neighborhood than any parked cars would have, especially given the staggered nature of the apartment. Does not have parking lots, and where they park on our street. They're the ones parking in front of our houses. If you were to take a picture here from State, as you go down towards Keystone, it lessens as it goes down, meaning homeowners do not park on the street, generally speaking. It's 75% of the people parking on Wayne are from the apartment complex who has no parking lots. And so this college, they're intending to bring in people, I mean, who studies religion? We're talking about young, well-mannered people who are generally in a studious frame of mind, and they're being taught, part of the Islamic religion is being taught to be well-mannered and responsible and good to your neighbor, among many other things. And so if I'm a homeowner here, which I am, I want this type of person in my neighborhood. I want them moving to the apartments and and in local areas. Again, it's a small college. It's intended, as I understand, it's not there's not night courses. It's a day courses. So from 8 to mid-afternoon. Again, that's the least impact on Wayne and/or Sellers at this time. Just trying to check my notes so I don't lose my thoughts. Honestly, as like I was mentioned, as a homeowner and a resident, I don't want more cars. I want less cars here. However, like I mentioned, if there's going to be people coming, those ones who come during the day to attend the college, and you can see, I invite anybody in the room to come to our parking lot Monday through Friday during the day, during the hours that this proposed college is, and you'll see the 18 spots are basically empty. There's a handful of cars at most, and then when the mid-afternoon prayer happens, you get maybe 2 handfuls totaling. You're talking eight cars maybe in that parking lot at peak during the day, which is the time you're talking about here. So, I think it's important to remember that between the funeral home parking, the existing parking, the emptiness of Wayne already during the day, I don't see much of an impact as a homeowner there, because if I'm going to work during the day and I return, those students will park there during the day and they will leave, and it won't be an impact to me personally, and many of my neighbors who work as well. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Mr. Attia, any questions for Mr. Scott? Go ahead.
Mr. Scott, do you know ballpark generally how many students currently go and learn Arabic on a regular or daily basis?
Yeah, and I mentioned earlier when I was asking the question, I am an independent contractor with this center, and so I am familiar with Mr. Ahmed, and I am familiar with the program going on there. Right now during the day, I estimate 25 to 30 students, every year, every term of enrollment is different, so you're talking approximately that much already there. I don't know if that answers the question.
Thank you. Ms. Rao, do you have any questions for Mr. Scott? Yes. Okay. Either one of you can use either microphone as long as we both have you at a microphone.
You mentioned that the apartment buildings are also taking up a lot of the parking spaces. And then I guess in combination with the 500 congregants that come and then the 75 students that are coming, do you think that that could be an even greater traffic to our streets?
Again, what I know of this school and the center is that they purposely stop classes during that Friday congregational prayer. I've had people block my driveway from this too, and I also understand that the head of the center in general can't do anything. Similar to Target, if people are going in and out of the Target, the surrounding neighborhood, there's nothing really Target can do about it. He is actively tries, and I've been behind closed doors and seen in open doors, and I would attest to what he's saying and what other people are saying. He and the other people in charge, they actively flat out say, we don't want the neighbors upset with us. So when he's saying, I'm going to take these steps to mitigate traffic, I can't say otherwise than that is the case. What was the question again?
Oh,
the
yeah,
500
in
plus,
addition to like all
in
the,
addition to the
yeah.
500. So what I understand is from tonight's and what I've seen is that the program is, for example, a day program, and the Muslims are known for cutting off things early Fridays because there's a Friday prayer. They close their businesses, they close their schools on Friday for that time. So he mentioned many of the students who are enrolled are also already part of that 500 group, and other ones, like for example, there are some parts of the community who don't attend the prayer, and so they would be leaving anyway. I mean, we don't know. I don't have an answer for, we don't know the future. So I see what I have witnessed is that they're staggered. There's this time for one program, and then there's the prayers. At certain times of year, there are Ramadan parking at night. It's at nighttime, and I personally, that one I don't see as a big any more than you or this person having a house party and 20 or 30 people coming and parking on the street. It has a very similar impact. So that's all I can say to this.
Well, oh, sorry.
No.
Understandably, I understand like it's an expanding community, and especially like in the last 6 or 7 years, it's expanded to the 500 congregants. With the future being even possibly more expansive, what do you think would be a resolution then if it does come to that point?
Again, I'm not on the, I'm a resident, I'm a contract employee there, so I'm not in charge of the center there. Uh, I have heard talk that didn't get mentioned tonight that
No,
they,
I don't want you testifying to things
Okay.
you've heard.
okay, thank you, I will not.
If it's outside of the frame of your knowledge, then you shouldn't be testifying to it.
Even statements made by Mr. Ahmed about seeking parking elsewhere?
We can ask Mr. Ackman separately, but not at this time. These are questions for you. So if you don't know the answer, then just state you don't know the answer. Mr. Scott, do you have any other response to, or you don't have a response?
Okay, yeah, that's all my questions.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. Ms. Nashif, do you have any questions for Mr. Scott? Okay.
Did you say that during the day there are 25 to 30 students who attend?
Yeah, I think that's what I mentioned earlier.
And you work there
Yes,
during the
correct.
day? So do you observe how many people from the community come to pray during the day?
Yeah, I think I mentioned that. First of all, of those 25 to 30 students, there is a handful, I'm talking 3 to 4 cars in the parking lot.
Okay.
And I do, because I'm a resident, I do get to know the vehicles there. Yeah, and I'm sure as you do. You get to know who lives where and who drives what vehicle, who lives in the apartments, who's attending the center. In general, of course, those are the repeat people. And so I see, rarely see any student vehicles on the street. Occasionally, I mean, you'll see maybe 1 or 2 here and there. Then there's a 3 or 4 or 5 at max, depending on the time of the day, from the students. And then I said at the prayer time, another small handful. So I think I mentioned up to maybe 8 cars in the parking lot. Yes, it could be 10 or 12 on certain days, but there's a very small population that comes at that midday prayer on a regular basis, just because people are working.
Probably on
And
foot.
they don't, it's mostly local people walking up or someone really close who lives by who parks and then leaves. This is my observation.
So you'd say currently, or would you say currently that at the full capacity on on any given day, it's at about 10 cars full in that parking lot?
At the highest point,
The highest point?
between 8 and 3 or 4 o'clock, I would say average 8, between 6 and 12, one might say is the most I've ever seen. You never see that parking lot full, except the Friday, during the day, I'm saying. You don't see it except on the Friday when the Friday prayers are being held, but otherwise, no, it's not. The parking lot is not full.
It's,
I mean, we're talking, I'm not talking generally speaking, I mean, flat out, it's not full 99.9% of the time during those hours.
okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Nashif. Ms. Brown, do you have any questions for Mr. Scott? No, I do not. Okay. Does the board have any further questions for Mr. Scott? All right. Thank you, Mr. Scott.
I have
Thank
one
you.
quick-
Oh, okay.
Are you a paid employee,
I'm a contract employee.
meaning you get payment?
I get paid a 1099, a contract.
Thank you.
Ms. Brown, this is your turn. You come in, we'll have you sworn in before you begin.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Just simply wanted to say that we moved to Upper Darby for the community, for the center. We bought a house, like 5 houses down the street from the center to be close to the center and to provide some goodness to the community and to offer, to be a good neighbor and to have good neighbors and to offer something for our daughter, to give her a nice area because we moved, from California. It wasn't so friendly, say. Anyhow, that being said, I I see that the community center, the masjid offers a lot to the community in a positive force, and there's a lot of negative coming from the city, let's say, into our neighborhood. And I think having a positive, even if it's a college or if it's a daycare or if it's more events that offer good things to the community, whether you're a Muslim or not a Muslim, I think this is a good thing. That's basically what I wanted to say.
Mr. Attia, do you have any questions for Ms. Brown? Ms. Rao, do you have any questions for Ms. Brown?
Yes, well, actually, I had a question for you. If they're from the same address, are they under the same party or a different party?
Ms. Brown requested party status separately, so.
I guess. I understand that it's a lot of, I guess, like, it's a good part of the community to have like a nice community around you. But I guess the main question was, how do you feel the community feels like about the parking just in general? Because like I said, it does bring a lot of traffic.
I realize that. I live on that street as well. And what I notice is that I agree with something I heard here, is that the street should be a one-way street and it should have speed bumps. And that's our next, I think, fight, is that we need to put that through. And all of the streets that I've noticed on the East Coast, being from the West Coast, are very narrow. And whether you have an event or you don't have an event, or you have, if you've got, the streets are full of parking, whether you have a school or you have a store or you have, my neighbors have a party, the street gets full. And then you have a problem going up. And then I have a big truck that's really big. And so I have to wait at the top of the street if I want to come down. And it's known, but I think it's understood in this part of the country that you wait and then the other person comes. People are very polite. So I mean, I don't see it as a parking, like as if there's parking on both sides of the street, on my street. I found a way to get around it like everybody else, I think, in the East Coast has. Like, we wait for each other, and that's just the way it is. I mean,
Well,
about it.
I guess like my question is, I understand that you're saying that we wait. We've actually had several accidents on our street.
I've seen
we're-
a woman.
Hold on.
that's-
We're not going to get into a debate. That's not the forum for this. It's
Yes.
questions and answers. So do you have
I
any
don't
other
know who that
questions?
was, but yeah, I mean, I've seen that as well. And it was a Caucasian woman not belonging to the center, and she hit a car and tried to leave, and I made her stop. I'm right in front of my house. I'm just saying, like, it's not
Okay.
only attributed to a certain building or a certain store or daycare or,
Right, and that's where I guess my question comes in, because it's not specific to the traffic coming in just for the mosque, but we have generally a busy
Right.
high traffic street, and then add that to the influx of parking, which I do have pictures of. I don't know if you would like me to show you that, but
from
it's
when? I'm sorry.
actually just this past Friday.
Oh, Friday.
Yeah.
Friday prayer, but like you said, but the students that are going to be attending, from what I just heard from testimony here, are students that are already here attending. So it's not going to have like an extra 75 cars in the parking lot when you have already, like, I think they said 25 to 30 students already attending. And if there is any more influx, it's not like it's going to be during Friday prayer for sure, because there are no classes during Friday prayer.
Right, and I guess my next question would be, I guess generally with the timings being, from what I understand, 8 to 4, would that be an increase in parking in general to our streets?
During the time between 8 and 4?
8 and 4.
It's possible. I doubt it's going to impact us much. I really doubt it.
Okay.
I mean, for my street, I know like it's empty from 8 to 4 usually.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rao. Ms. Nashif, do you have any questions for Ms. Brown? Mr. Scott? Does the board have any questions for Ms. Brown? All right, thanks. Ms. Rao, before you go too far, thank you, Ms. Brown. I know you had an additional question for the applicant. So if you want to ask that, or you had a question, he wanted to answer your question. I don't remember what the question was. Do you remember what the question was?
Was it your question? No. Yeah, because I didn't have any questions.
You asked a question of Mr. Scott, and the applicant wanted to answer it. So do we recall what that was? All right. Then it's been enough. All right, thank you. Um, Anything further from the applicant? We good? Just testimony.
Closing testimony.
No, I'll give you an opportunity for closing comments after we do public comment. Is there any other testimony that you're presenting?
Sure. I mean, just from, I feel that it's important to separate between the regular worship and the religious activities that happen on Friday and the influx that you see on the day of worship, right? Which is very similar. I mean, I think if you go around the city on Sundays, you'll see double parking everywhere. You'll see, parking in places where usually they don't do double-sided street parking. I think houses of worship in general on the days of worship have that influx. That's a known thing. And I don't think that that's necessarily the focus of this application. It's mainly on the college side, which, as we talked about, is time-wise very separate from the existing worship activities and especially the peak worship activities. So I understand that many of the concerns relate to the Friday influx, but I feel that this is a separate issue and definitely one that warrants continuous conversation that we will continue with and keep on as ongoing. But I think that's separate than the application on hand.
Thank you. At this time, you're free to sit. At this time, we'll invite anybody who has public comment that's statements in support or in opposition to the relief requested. If you'd like to come up and make a statement. Sir, you raise your hand first. If you want to come up, please state your name. We'll have you sworn in.
Can you raise your hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can I have your name, please?
Ibrahim Danso.
Spell that for me, the whole thing.
IBRAHIMDANSO.
And just speak into the microphone.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Ibrahim Danso. This is the first time I've ever been on any public hearing. And I just heard about this this evening. I decided to come because I think I'm in a unique position to speak and I'm here to support the program. I live in the neighborhood. I live down on Margate Road. I'm a beneficiary of this center and the program, so I thought it was very important for me to come. Earlier on, somebody was speaking, they spoke about diversity, they spoke about opportunities and all of that. I moved to Upper Darby about 18 years ago. I was working for the state in Harrisburg. Before I had my first child, I was looking for a diverse community where I could raise my child because I had no experience doing that. So I wanted some place where I can have the right community. So somebody told me about Upper Darby. I moved into Upper Darby. I bought a house here some 18 or 19 years ago. These are my 4 children here. They were all born into this community, this neighborhood. One just graduated from Upper Darby High School. I found out about this center. I met Brother Farid and the center. I got exactly what I was looking for. The center is very useful to me and my family. They provide a place for, like somebody was speaking about children being in a community where they learn good habits. I have 3 teenagers. I never have to worry about where they are, how they behave, or whatnot, because I know they've been getting that education from the center. Talking about parking and distances, talking about the people who come to the center. I live on Margate Road, near the middle school. So we are part of that community. So I'm a microcosm of that. I'm an example of who they're talking about. We leave our car at home. We walk. So 4 of them, about 5 or 6 people come from my household to the center. We walk. We live in Upper Darby, right here on Margate Road. My children go there for Islamic studies. My son, my 18-year-old, just graduated from high school. He was thinking about going away to Georgia. When I heard about this college, I was so elated. I wanted to tear up because I feel like I kept getting what I've been praying for. My 18-year-old was thinking about going away somewhere to go study this knowledge because they've been learning from this school, but they have a limit. Like the brother said, they come into this school already. They are there. It's just that they're ready to go to that next stage. So instead of them going to Georgia, Atlanta, some places to go do it, I was very, very excited to hear that we're going to have it right here. I believe it's not going to change anything in the community in the wrong way. It's just keep adding value to the community. I could have sold my house and moved. I'm a good citizen. I've been a school teacher. I worked for DCIU. I worked for the state. I've helped children here. And to have a community here that's helping my own children to grow up in the right way. I have teenagers that I don't have to worry where they are or what they do. I don't second guess their judgments because of this center. This is how grateful I am to this center. So I'm really pleading that we have this opportunity, because if we do, I'm here to stay. I'm not moving anywhere. I'm a regular voter. I participate in the community. And the other thing, talking about parking, I hear people were going back and forth about it. I could take out my phone and show you. He has a very organized volunteer system. And my children, my teenage children, we all do volunteer. Whenever there's an occasion, Mr. Ahmed calls for volunteers to come help guard parking, direct people not to park in front of people. You could see, I could show you text where he's specifically saying we need people to come, direct people to go park at the funeral home. And make sure even at the funeral home, they don't park in the front, because we want to save that space for the funeral home people. We don't want to offend them. So he makes sure all of this is important. All my children have been volunteering. I mean, I know I'm all over the place right now. This is how emotional I am about this center, right? So we are really pleading for you guys to really consider allowing us to have this opportunity. I, myself, and my family, with my 4 children, we will benefit a great deal. We've been benefiting from it. So it's just another step. I know the explanations seem all over the place, because when you're not into it, you don't understand, like Madam said earlier, to wrap your head around it. I can understand that, I can relate, because when you tell me stuff, I'm gonna put it into the perspective that I know. But I've been coming there. I know these students that they're talking about are the same students who are already existing within the system. Like for instance, my 18-year-old boy, he's going right now, he's supposed to be going into engineering. He wanted to take a year off and continue studying in the program that they have there. So if he finishes that 1-year program, what is he gonna do? He's gonna have to travel to some other country, some other states with all our monies and tax monies and go somewhere to go do that. But they've already been doing this. It's just like adding the next stage for them to finish up what they're doing here. So I could go on and on and on and on, but as what I'm trying to say is, in a nutshell, I'm a beneficiary. My family is a beneficiary. My children are all born in Upper Darby. They've all been in this program. I don't worry about where they are at night. They have no problems in the community. They're good kids. They never offended. Most of the time, they're volunteering in the mosque there when they have an occasion. So by having this here, it will just keep us here longer and for them to finish their program. It's not bringing in an influx. When there's an issue, we walk. Most of us, I come all the way from Margate Road and I walk. So imagine most of the other people that live around here. So without taking too much of your time, I'm sure you can see the emotions through me. I don't know how thankful to be to them, you know? They just took my children were on camp at Poconos with them. I didn't even have to go. This is a group where when my children are with them, I don't worry. I have three teenagers. I should be worried night and day, given what kids are doing. You understand that? I should be worried. I swear to God, I'm never worried about them, because I know if I tell them go do the dishes, they complain. I say, you know what? I'm calling Brother Farid. Is that how you speak to your parents? I ask you to do dishes and you're looking at me like they'll go do it with respect. This is how much they adore the center. This is how much they take in the value system. So for me, that's priceless. We could do anything to have them here, and we do anything to obey and abide by the rules that you said. But please, 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 we need this. We're the same community, we're the same group, we're still in here. There's nothing adding. I know it's hard to explain, but the Friday prayers, people come in for half an hour, they run, they go out. But the normal, regular classes, it's just the same kids. These are the same 4 kids. They're gonna just continue there. They're already there. So they're not bringing any other population to mess the community. So with that, I don't want to take too much of your time. And thank you, but I pray that you consider us. And I'm not an administrator, I'm just a beneficiary. I'm just a beneficiary, and my family is a beneficiary. And we hope to continue to benefit from this beautiful institution. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir in the back. You can state your name, we'll have you sworn in.
Nathan Aleem,
Your last name?
Aleem, as in Mary.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth?
I do. Okay. Okay, my name is Nathan, and I'm a member of the community also. I'm a realtor, as my shirt says. And I serve the Philadelphia and the Upper Darby community. I also own a home on Barclay Road over by the post office. Okay. And I just want to say, I think this is really cut and dry. Living in the area, been there maybe since 2017, and seeing the influx of individuals coming from Philadelphia, selling homes to people from Philadelphia, moving to Upper Darby. Not voting for this will not stop the traffic on Fridays or, like she said, during Ramadan. Okay. So not voting for this will not stop it. It also, if you do vote for it, it won't increase it because these 75 students will not add because they're already in the community. They're already in the community for the most part, so they won't add on to the problem. But if you don't vote for this, this will stop a high quality education facility from being in Upper Darby. Upper Darby is known as what? A microcosm of the world. And with that title, there needs to be a facility of higher education for individuals outside of your regular public school system. So I don't want to keep you guys too long, but I just want to say again, by not voting for this, it's not going to decrease the traffic. Okay, what's going to happen is it's going to prevent a high quality education system from being located in Upper Darby, something that we can all be proud of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Sir? You can state your name, we'll have you sworn in.
Omar Ali,
Can you spell your full name for me, please?
Omar, last name Ali.
Can you raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth?
Yes. Okay, my name is Omar Ali. I'm a 20 years veteran teacher. I'm also an electrical engineer. I'm a member of the community, but I live a little outside of the Upper Darby border in Yeadon. I know the community, I know its functionality, and I know that the strategic plans that are there for the community has considered the benefit both for the community that is in Upper Darby and the people from outside the Upper Darby. That means the neighboring like Yeadon or some from Philadelphia, like what the other presenters have said, that people buy houses over there around the community so that they can be near that area. That is economical benefit, and you're attracting high quality people. As you have seen here, the first speaker is a teacher. The second one is a realtor. I am myself an engineer and also a teacher. We have the people who are running the organization have been strategical. I don't know if they have presented themselves on their credential because I came a little later, but they have experience to run an entity in order for that entity to benefit the community. As others have said, I'm also a beneficiary of this. I'm a single parent. I have altogether like 7 kids, 1 girl and 6 boys. But the same as other presenters have said, they have taken some of my part that I wanted to say. But this community, because of its structural organization, so it's not only that they are attending to the kindergarten and other little kids, but also the organization is structured in such a way that you will have teenagers that will be the audience, that will be most of them will be in that college, that they have a place where, as the other presenter said, you have non-traditional structure of the school that follows the rules that are here. So that said, as a beneficial, I say from my heart that I trust this community that it has an organized structure that will deliver to the community, and it has done so. With my kids, I wouldn't say that I'll be able to raise those the kids that I said I have if it was not the support of this community. So since the organization of this entity that we are talking about here has such a background and has such a strong support of the community, the applicant has put it very clear that they have an existing structure that works there. They have a plan in the future, and they are going to be alert to make sure that if there's anything that would happen, then they are there to take actions to make sure that what we get to the community is more benefit. So I would, like what others have appealed here to you, is that by supporting this school, by voting for this school, you will be adding a jewel of a specific education that you cannot find it anywhere, that will be found just within that environment. You are adding it to the Upper Darby neighborhood, that the neighborhood will benefit. Our children, I came with only one of them who is here, they will benefit greatly to have a structured education. Like once they finish high school, right now, many of them cannot take that opportunity of advancing their skills. And in most cases, like they will do 1 or 2 years and then they continue to other colleges. So by you voting to support this college that have shown, like many presenters here have said, that they have benefited not just themselves, but their families and their children. And I have also benefited the same, myself, my children, socially, emotionally, and educational. So I think this institution will build up. The worries that have been brought by some of the neighbors, I will understand them. I understand that when you see something, probably that they might not understand what really the plan is, and they think, maybe they think that this college, when it's put there, it will be like other colleges where kids will be drinking, they'll be rowdy, they'll be running around. But I think they have seen like the members who are coming out there. These members who come there, they are disciplined, they are respectful, even though they are teenagers and adrenaline is running, but most of them, they are most of the time 99 or even sometimes to 100% disciplined and well-structured. So by allowing this institution to stay there, you are allowing our kids to build their transition from, most of the time it'll be from high school to when they want to 4 years college. And as I heard that there are discussions, or there's a discussion where this college will have a partnership with other institutions around. So that would be an addition to raise this position. So without taking a lot of your time, I will highly argue to the members here that you should vote for this institution and allow the community and the members of that organization to benefit, and also benefit this good town of Upper Darby, which has a very good reputation. That Upper Darby is a place where you can, is a cosmopolitan with a lot of people from different areas. So by allowing this place to open, by allowing it to be accredited, then you are allowing another segment of community to thrive and to contribute to the society.
Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, you want to come up? And state your name, we'll have you sworn in.
My name is Jonathan Parra. Last name is Parra.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. So, in support for the community as well, I actually have both of my 2 young children here, and this community definitely helps me take care of my children. Me being a Latino in this town of ours, the world in one place, it definitely makes me feel very comfortable. And I'm in a place where I feel that those around me will help me take care of not only myself, but those whom I love, right? And whether they know me or not, you understand? So this same thing is something that I've noticed about what they do in regards to other people, Muslim or not. So as Ahmed was saying earlier, that he really stresses and takes great care of making sure that if something happens in that community, we are quick to respond to solve that problem. And I say we because I also help out whenever I can. Among the things that was mentioned today was how would we mitigate the issue of more people or more parking spots? One thing is, it doesn't necessarily equate to more people means more cars. It doesn't mean one person drives one car. We can have 6 people in one car, right? Also, we can have 6 people who walk. I myself live right by Pika's restaurant, right behind Pika's restaurant, and sometimes I just park at the street by Sellers Library. It's just off the street there, and I walk the rest of the way down because I know, sometimes there's issues there, and I don't want to add to it. So one of the things that could be done is we can have people from the community post in those different areas, as you guys were mentioning. So there are 4 corners to the spot: State Road, Sellers, and Wayne, and Keystone, right? So essentially, if the issue is too many people are parking on the side of the streets for the street parking that's already there, then perhaps we could have 2 people stationed at each spot if we were able to get those volunteers for that time. That is something that would also help to mitigate this issue. You understand? So much like to what a lot of the other people here were mentioning is that this community, this center, the issue isn't going to be, it's not going to become less if we don't vote for this to go through, right? It's not really going to change that aspect. But what will happen? What will grow if this does get pushed through? What will grow is what we've seen grow the last 7 years, which is the local community, the local businesses, the local us, and the residents, how we feel about each other, how we care about each other. You understand? So this is something that I strongly urge every single one of you to take into consideration. As the slogan for Upper Darby is, the world in one place. I leave you with that. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Any further public comment? You can come up. State your name, we'll have you sworn in.
Dominique Mohammed,
Please spell your name for me, please.
Diamonnique, last name Muhammad. Just very brief.
Can you just raise your right hand for me?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes. Just for consideration, I just want to inquire if prior to making a decision, if consideration of a traffic study can be conducted so that there can be support of the argument that is being put forth tonight, so it can dispel perhaps any counter arguments that are being made. That's ultimately what I wanted to come up here and say. And, just to also support the wonderful things that are being said here this evening. My children and I, we commute every day to be in attendance for the classes and service, if you will, as well as the affiliated school for younger children, because it is that much of importance to us that we have a community that enables us the opportunity to enhance our skills in so many different areas. So that's all, just something to throw out on the table as far as consideration prior to you all making a decision on what it is that you would like to be done regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Any further public comment? Seeing none, Madam Chair?
Yes, we'd like to take a break for executive session
We'll be back.
very quickly.
right. I think we are back on the record. Madam
Okay.
Chair?
Yes. So can I get a motion?
I make a motion to approve the special exception for use as a private school, college, or university in the R2 residential district, and to deny the variance for the off-street parking ratio.
Okay, all in favor?
Is there a second?
Is there a second? I'm sorry.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none. Motion carries. The applicant and the parties will receive a written decision of the board within 45 days of this evening. That's all for this application. Thank you.
Okay. All right,
All
our
right. So we would just ask that if you're not staying, please make your way out of the room quietly so we can proceed with the next application.
Yes, our next application is 6/5 of 24. Application of Judah Angster for a special exception pursuant to section 558A to permit an event space on the second floor of a multi-use building situated at 6908 Market Street in Upper Darby. It's a C3 commercial district in the 7th District Council.
Okay. Sir, your name?
Sure. Good evening, members of the zoning board. My name is John D'Antino. I'm the attorney on behalf of the owners at 6908 Market Street.
Do you have a card or anything, sir? Do you have a card?
Sure. Attorney ID for the record is 8347.
8347.
Yeah, 8347.
Thank you, sir. All right. Are there any persons requesting party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet, ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. Dentino, please proceed.
Sure. So, zoning board, I have passed up hard copies of a presentation with photos and so forth. You can just feel free to follow along as I make some general comments.
Can you
And
speak
obviously,
into
I'm
the
gonna-
mic?
Yeah, sure. As I make some general comments, and then I'm going to have my client, the owner, also make some comments and testify, and we'll answer any questions you may have, obviously. With that said, the proposed event space will cater to families and professionals, providing a first-class venue for various events such as family gatherings, corporate meetings, and community activities. Regarding the health and safety, our facility will be operated with the utmost consideration for the health and safety of the community. The building features upgraded ceiling insulation to minimize any sound transfer, ensuring that our events do not disrupt the neighboring tenants and the community. They intend to serve food and alcohol. When I say serve, if there's none being cooked at the facility, the event owners will bring their own food or hire a licensed catering service to provide that food. We will only set it up and prepare. The kitchen we have is not a full cooking kitchen. It only has a hand washing sink with cabinetry, prep table, a refrigerator, an ice machine, and a mop sink. The events, we anticipate that the families will carpool and use ride sharing services such as Uber, Lyft, reducing the need for abundant parking. Additionally, it's easily accessible to the SEPTA train station and Market Frankfurt line, making the attendees able to transfer via public transportation. There's also nearby abundant parking available to the public. The space details, so the second floor space is approximately 5,500 square feet. It features 2 means of egress for safety. There are 3 bathrooms, 2 of which are handicap accessible, ensuring compliance with the ADA standards. I clearly stated the kitchen prep area and how that's described. The proposed hours of operation will be Monday through Friday from 12 a.m. to 11 p.m., Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to 11 p.m., accommodating a wide range for events respecting the community's peace.
I'm sorry, did you say one of the operation? Can
Yeah,
you say
sure.
the hours
Monday
of
through
operation
Friday,
again?
12 a.m. to 11 p.m. Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 11 p.m. And again,
Yeah, that's the one so it's 12 PM to 11 PM on Fridays and Saturdays? Okay,
Oh, I'm sorry.
from Monday through Friday, okay.
Oh, yes, sir. All right. The event space will promote community engagement, provide a venue for positive activities. Sure. It will draw families and professionals, and we intend to enhance the local area and contribute to the vibrant community and atmosphere. With that said, we respectfully request that you allow this variance. With regards to the obstacles with the layout of the structure, the second floor space, as you see in the photographs, is finished. It's currently unoccupied. There's no tenants in the building. It's a sixth-floor building. There will be renovations in the building for the rental units above, which is units floors 3 through 6. The ground floor is an existing daycare center. That same tenant, the daycare center, also occupies the third floor. So they have currently occupying the ground floor and the third floor. The basement is an existing storage area for the daycare center. The remaining floors are unoccupied. We are seeking a variance for the second floor only, which we believe its prior existing non-conforming use was used for similar activities as we're proposing here today. With that said, similar non-conforming activities, so same special events and so forth. With regards to the structure of that space, there was also some restrictions with the ability to transform that into a residential unit because of the windows only in the front and in the back, and not being able to be placed on the sides with the historic preservation and so forth, and obviously the construction issues. So ideally, the space that we're asking for it to be allowed is the only feasible space that would be allowed. Additionally to that, the carry cost, economically, there's a hardship for our clients. There's only one occupied tenant, the daycare center. They pay approximately $17,000 a month in rent. The carry cost for the building is approximately $8,500 a year in taxes, $40,000 in insurance, and the mortgage note is approximately somewhere around $20,000 a month. So financially, the project is underwater. This use would allow them to obviously have a viable existing facility once it's fully occupied with the residents upstairs from floors 3 through 6. With that, I would also like to introduce the owner of the property. This is Judah. Judah, please state your name for the record.
Judah Angster. Angster.
Judah,
Do you want me to swear him in?
Am I swearing sworn in?
swear him in, yeah.
Do you
Solemnly swear or
messed me up
affirm.
putting your hand up already?
Sorry. Do I solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth? I do.
Yeah, there you go. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Judah, can you describe for the zoning board your vision of the type of events and more specific details about what you envision for that space?
Sure. So before we go into this, I want to share a little bit about the building with all of you. It's an old building that was built in the 1920s. It's a beautiful historic building. We don't want to impact the facade. In fact, right now, we're converting some of the upper floors into 24, what I would consider luxury, more modern apartments. And in doing that, we're actually allocating about $60,000 of that renovation budget just to facade repair and restoration to make sure that that building stays in better condition for the next 20 to 30 years along the way. Now, what we found is that when we studied this particular building with our architect, we were unable to come up with any floor plate that worked for this floor. And the reason is that it has a small amount of window light in the front and a small amount of window light in the back. So that means that it wouldn't give a good air light ratio for apartments. It wouldn't give a good air light ratio for office use or for any type of use that you can think of. The prior occupant of this floor had done a lot of work and turned it into an event space. And this is something that we think makes a lot of sense for that space. But as somebody who owns a lot of buildings and works with a lot of our tenants, the last thing I want to have happen is have somebody other than myself be in control of an event space. We want to make sure that's an event space that either operates responsibly or not at all in our building, which means we're going to have the proper hours of operation. We're going to have the right type of sound barrier insulation. And on top of that, we want to make sure that the events and the parties that are being thrown conform with the type of community we want to build. And that's why we ourselves are going through this application, not necessarily a potential tenant, because we want to be the ones in control of it. Now, a few things I want to share, which my attorney was, sharing with you, but respectfully, I was trying to follow along. It was quite rapid. The taxes are on this building are over $100,000 a year. That's our current tax bill for the building, which means we're carrying it at an extreme loss right now. So every dollar matters here. And the reason every dollar matters here is because insurance costs for these buildings have also tripled over the past 5 years. So maybe not for single individual homes, and you'll see those prices go up as well. But if you read throughout the news nationally, commercial building insurance has basically tripled over the past 5 years. So our taxes doubled over the past 5 years, our insurance tripled over the past 5 years, and we have fewer tenants in that building today than we did when we bought it. So our goal today is to try to solve the economic problem of this building, and utilizing the space on this floor is essential to doing that.
And for clarification purposes, the event space you intend to use, there will be no alcohol, you're not serving any alcohol?
We are not requesting a liquor license. We have no intention of serving any alcohol. Everyone has to have their own licensed caterer who will be licensed and insured. Food prep work goes outside. There's just going to be a small kitchen area for getting the food ready to place out onto the tables. So there will be no cooking done on the premises. And any caterer who's coming who's going to be serving beer or wine has to come with their own licensed bartender. There will be none of BYOB exceptions, nor will we be supplying any alcohol.
And with regards to the affairs, do you have any third-party companies like cleaning services, things like that?
We have that right
in place?
now, correct. I
Okay.
have with me tonight one of my favorite colleagues, Ayadeja Babalala from Greenzang Management, and he can testify as to the type of work that we do on our properties in terms of cleanliness, repairs and maintenance, attentiveness to detail, focus on what the tenants needs, and also being mindful of what's going on around the building to make sure it doesn't have an impact on the community.
And with regards to these event space, what is the cap? What is the number of people you will cap this at?
So according to our architect, he's mapped it out. The illegal ratio we'd have is 180 people on that floor. I think that's too much, even though legally by fire code, we'd be permitted at 180. We are doing an internal cap of 100 people. So that way we know that we have good control over what's happening there on a regular basis.
Okay. And can you elaborate more about the parking conditions and what you
Absolutely. So right now, we actually own also 6800 Market, which has about, I think we have 40 apartments or something like that on the upper floors. And that building has absolutely no parking. Then on the floor below, there's a daycare. Again, we have no parking. The floor below there, all office, all occupied, no parking. The floor below there, all retail, all occupied, no parking. So why is it that that building's successful? It's because it's right across the street from the second largest transit hub in the Philadelphia MSA. So 69th Street corridor is actually SEPTA's second largest transportation hub in the entire Philadelphia MSA. And I think that that's the key to the success of these buildings. It's not about getting more parking in a core downtown area. It's about giving more of a reason for people to get on the SEPTA and get over here. I ride the SEPTA with my employees from Center City all the time. When we have meetings, we go back and forth. It's 10 minutes from 69th Street to Center City. If I jump in my car, it's 45 minutes. So it's actually at the pinpoint of one of the most efficient locations in the Philadelphia MSA for folks to go to. So when you're having an event like these prior users had, they would sometimes have 150 people and there was nobody driving vehicles because they all took SEPTA.
And with that, in addition to obviously Uber, Lyft,
Exactly.
families carpooling, you expect to have a minimal, if any, impact at all on the community, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And are there walking distance parking lots, public parking next to your building?
Yes, there's several. In addition, there's also behind the main 69th Street retail, a large parking garage that was just redone. And a lot of folks who are coming to the area, whether it's to shop or to eat, they utilize that garage. So again, there's parking nearby. And I want to also point one thing out. The variance we're asking for is a use variance. The use variance, for some reason, even in an office building in this area, doesn't have a use by right for event space. And if you look at most commercial districts, the use of an event space is almost by right for most commercial districts. So this is a unique situation where we have a C3 zoned building and the zoning code in Upper Darby in particular doesn't have use variance requires a use variance for an event space.
So just to be clear, you're not requesting a use variance, you're requesting a special exception. So a use like event space is permitted in the C3 under a special exception. So you're not actually required to, you're not asking for a use
Correct.
variance before the board.
Correct.
Just to be clear on the record.
Thank you, sorry.
And you mentioned that you have created an installation.
Correct.
Tell me more about that. And is that already in place?
That's already in place.
Based on the photos that appear in their presentation?
Yes, it does. So there's two items that we've done there. And there's more that's coming down the pipeline as well. Number one, the space currently has its own individual HVAC system. So that means that whatever's going on there, whether it smells from the food or what have you, it doesn't commingle with the HVAC system in any other floor. It's completely individualized. So that floor has its own HVAC system. The other thing that we've done, which we've already pulled a permit for, is to put in an entire sprinkler system into that space. Currently, the building has sprinkler lines only on the first floor, I believe, and on the third floor. We're going to be putting a full sprinkled system into every floor that's residential, as well as that floor. We pulled that permit intentionally before this meeting when we were doing the residential, and DJ over here and I had this conversation and we went back and forth. Should we just pull it and sprinkle the entire space? And you know what we agreed to do? We said, whether we get this special exception or not, it doesn't matter. We felt it was the right thing to do by the building. And coming before you today, I want to just say that one of the reasons we are applying in the way we have applied as the owner of the building as opposed to a tenant, right, is because we want to control that space because we will have residential folks living there. We want to make sure that they're happy with what's going on in their building.
And a couple other questions. So with regards to the ongoing construction above the residential, you pulled all permits?
Yes,
That will require listing documentation in place?
yes,
Architectural drawings?
yes.
You actually have one of the GCs here?
Yeah.
Is that a GC?
The project, my project manager as well, Joe Mikowski is here as well tonight.
And-
He's the project manager for our ongoing construction in the building.
And just let the board know, how many of these separate projects have you done?
We have 38 buildings, 2,500 units, over 500,000 square feet of mixed use and commercial, and we do anywhere between 250 to 300 apartment renovations per year.
You've been doing it for how many years?
6 years under the current role.
And you're also an attorney, but not licensed in Pennsylvania?
Not licensed in PA, sorry.
All right, where did you practice?
I did M&A for 8 years and based out of Asia. I'm licensed in New York and New Jersey.
I have nothing further for this.
I think, Mr. Tatino, with just out of an abundance of caution, I think there were some things that you introduced in your opening that maybe weren't covered by your witness. And I don't know if you have another witness or you'd just like to have your witness adopt them as sort of an offer of proof, just so they're part of his testimony for the record.
Do you have a question in specifically, or?
I don't. I'm just trying to
I'm going to adopt.
cover
your
all
testimony.
bases.
Yeah, you will.
I'd like to adopt my attorney's testimony for the record.
Okay. And is anything else? You heard it all?
Yes, I
He-
heard it all. I
and
understand.
there is nothing else you would add?
Not at this time.
And you agree with his testimony?
Yes, I do.
All right.
Thank you.
Any questions for this witness from the board?
Yes. Excuse me. So the other floors above or under, will be under construction. You're going to make those residential, did I hear?
Yes, we have permits and plans and approvals, MEPs, all pulled already that we're in the middle of construction. We just finished framing. We're going to be doing plumbing and electrical roughing, and then we'll go for inspections, and then afterwards will be installation, sheetrock, and the rest. So it's going to take another 10 months, we think.
Okay. And that would be floors 3 through 6?
That would be floors 4, 5, and 6.
4, 5,
4, 5, and 6.
Okay, so one is the.
One is rented, one is the daycare, 3
Right.
is rented.
Oh,
That's
3 is
also
rented, okay.
correct.
Okay.
And then 4, 5, and 6 are going to be residential.
Okay.
The other businesses on the building, they basically operate 9 to 5.
Okay.
So most events begin much later in the afternoon. Catering companies and the event planners like to normally get there 3 to 4 hours before or 5 hours before to set everything up. And then the events typically start at between 6 o'clock. We felt 11 o'clock cutoff lights out for the event space was mandatory in order to make sure that our residents don't get disturbed.
Okay, that's.
Future residents, they're not there yet.
And how does the, any of the vendors coming in get up to that floor
So there's
without interfering with daycare or future
There's
tenants?
2 means of egress. There's a separate entrance in the rear that's completely separate from the front lobby entrance. The front lobby entrance services the whole building. There's also 2 elevators, one in the front, one in the rear. We normally designate during business hours, this is going to be the only elevator you're going to use. So for example, while the daycare is operating from 9 to 5, anyone coming in for the event space on the second floor, if they have something large to bring, they can only bring it in from the rear. They can't bring it in through the main foyer. And then after 5 p.m., if we're going to have folks coming, then they can either come in from the front or from the back based off of where we feel would make the most sense for the people in the building.
Is there security on the first floor, or who
So
directs?
we have, well, we do in all of our renovations, and Joe Mikowski, who's here, can talk a little bit about that, so can DJ. We create what we call the security plan, which includes a combination of access points that require key fobs, floors that the elevators will not go to, no matter how many times you push the buttons, they're locked off floors, the amount of video cameras that go in, front feeds, exterior feeds, also feeds in the in the stairwells as well. So we come up with an entire security plan before we get a final move-in with residential tenants.
And in a case where a scenario, if there's a repass going on, so say daycare is going on, pickup drop off, say 7 to 6. You have a repass early afternoon, say 12 to 1, going on during hours daycare is running. What safety precautions?
So they're not in the same entry or exit. The daycare entry has 2 locations to enter. They have their ground floor location that enters, and they have their own doors. It doesn't connect to any other part of the building.
Okay.
The main foyer, they don't own or control. And that door, they have a video camera on it, and they also have a buzzer, so nobody can come in if they can't see the person.
Okay.
That main lobby is utilized by everyone in the building. But their rear entry is the only one that they control 100%, and no one else has access to that.
Okay.
So there's no passageway between the folks that are coming to the second floor and the daycare at any point.
Okay, great. That's what I was
Yeah,
thinking
no,
about safety.
that's a great point, because we think about that in terms of how are we going to make everyone feel comfortable.
Okay.
How long have you, your group or you, own this building?
We bought it prior to COVID, about 2000, so a little over 4 years ago is when we closed on the asset. At the time, it was mostly occupied with office tenants.
Office?
Yeah, and they all went dark at this point. And we tried for a long time, multiple listing agents. We marketed this building and carried it for more than 2 years before we said we have to just renovate. And that's when we came up with the residential conversion plan. And this was one floor that could not be converted because it didn't fit the air-light ratios. And we kept going back, and there was just nothing to do with it. And we did try to market it for lease for well over a year to other occupants.
The previous user, because it was, the previous user, they were a tenant of yours?
They were a tenant prior to our purchase. They had it as an event space.
So it was operating as an event
As an
space
event space.
when everyone else went dark?
When everyone else went dark, it was operating as an event space. During COVID, they struggled. And then when we basically got on them to give us their documentation and more paperwork, we discovered that they had to go through this type of variance that they never did. So that's when we told them politely, we think at this time it's best we part ways, and we're going to be the ones to take over now.
Yeah, like I mentioned, there was a pre-existing non-conforming use, exactly what they're proposing here tonight.
Correct.
And my client's obviously doing it the right way.
Correct.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I don't know if I agree that it's a pre-existing non-conforming use, but I'll put that to the side for a second. I had some questions about the alcohol. I wanted to make sure I understood.
Yes.
The intention is to not seek your own alcohol license or anything of that nature, but the catering companies themselves that I guess your customers would be utilizing for their events would be serving alcohol on the premises?
The way I believe it works, and you guys, I'm not the expert on this, but the way I believe it works is that a licensed and insured caterer can hire a bartender service that can offer beer and wine. That is my understanding of what they can do at an event. Beyond that, I don't know what other capacity they're allowed to do, and it's not something that we would pursue. So anyone who wants to bring food onto this premises would have to be licensed and insured and have the right documentation to do whatever they want to do.
And what about, I know a lot of people like to go to event spaces where they can bring their own food and alcohol. I think you said there is no it's not a BYOB.
I would not tolerate a BYOB, and I wouldn't feel comfortable with somebody bringing in their own food either. I
No,
really want them to
so-
bring a licensed and insured caterer to our
Right,
premises.
right. So would the license and insured caterer have to have a liquor license if they
They would
wanted
have to show us the right documentation if they want to have beer and wine, absolutely.
Okay.
The loading in the rear, is there dedicated loading for this event space or is it
Yes, the rear-
shared with?
No, it's not shared with anyone. It's its own entranceway and it has its own entranceway, it has a stairwell, and it also has its own elevator. So it doesn't commingle with the daycare at all.
And is this a non-smoking?
Yes, absolutely.
Just
All of our buildings are non-smoking.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
And I'm sure this is considered smoking hookahs.
No.
Okay.
Anything that can impact my residential
Risk,
tenants
right.
and devalue my building is not allowed on the premises.
Got it. I like that.
Just want to make sure that those tenants, people that were having their special event, didn't have that with them.
I'm sorry?
My apologies. I was just wondering, to make sure that that there wouldn't be any vape shops being brought in. Is it
People
No.
vape, yeah.
No, a vape shop?
He means hookahs and vapes.
hookahs and vapes and
One of the events.
No,
party century?
absolutely not. He-
Non-smoking.
I don't know if you heard Joe in the back, but even he said no. Like, my guys know that would not happen in my building.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
Thank you.
We buy extra no smoking signs and put them up in all the hallways so everyone knows.
Smoke-free environment.
Do you operate any event space? I know you said you have commercial mixed-use buildings that you guys either own or operate. Do you operate any event spaces specifically in any
Own
your
buildings that
building?
have event spaces in them, yes, in Philadelphia.
Right, but do you operate them or is it tenants
Those are
operate?
tenants, which is why I want to operate this one.
Okay.
There's a reason why I want to operate this one. It's
So would
because
this
I
be your
see what
first-
happens. We get the calls when our tenants are upset at the event space locations. So we see exactly what goes on. It's 1 o'clock in the morning, they haven't turned off the music, right? People are outside drunk, hanging out outside, and the caterer already left, and there's nobody there, right? It was overcrowded, there was nobody there to cut off the amount of people. That's why we decided if we're going to do this, we want to operate it ourselves.
Any more questions?
Do you have other witnesses you want to offer? Or
Let's propose one.
Do you have anything you guys want to add? Nothing for me?
okay, we're not saying you have to. I'm just asking.
Okay. You don't have to.
I think we're okay. I think we recap the management of the security and so forth.
Anything else then? Are you good?
I have nothing further.
We'll take.
Okay.
We'll
Is
take-
there any public comment?
Seeing none.
Thank you.
Okay, take a minute.
You want-
Yes,
That's
mhm,
fine.
Yes. mhm.
We'll go into executive session.
Just a moment.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Stay awake, stay awake.
We're ready to go back on the record.
Okay, we'd like to make a motion.
Yes. I'd like to make a motion that this board approve this application on the condition that the operation of the event space is conducted by the property owner only and is not made available for rent, and that the proposed hours of operation under testimony are in fact the hours of operation, said differently, excuse me, that the hours of operation shall not go past 11 p.m.
I'm in
Is there,
favor.
is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Any opposed? No.
All right, motion passes. You'll receive a written decision within 45 days this evening. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you, good night.
Wish I could
Okay.
say the same.
Our next application is 6/7 of 24. And please forgive me if I mispronounce the name. Sashani Smith for a special exception pursuant to section 550-43 to permit a group living home and a variance from section 550-43B8 regarding the requirement for a fire sprinkler system. The location is 1022 Edgerton Road in Seacane. It's in the R2 Residential District in the Second Council District. Hi.
Great.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi. Is there anyone present this evening who is requesting party status for this application? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB1 will be the application packet. ZHB2 will be the notice photos. ZHB3 will be the proof of publication. Ms. Smith, if you can introduce yourself, we'll have you sworn in.
Hi, my name is Sashani Smith. That's Sashaunie. Last name Smith.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth?
I do.
Ms. Smith, if you can describe for the board what you're planning to do with the property and why you believe you need a special exception for the group home and why you're requesting a variance for the requirement for the fire sprinkler system.
Okay, well, first, some background. I've been an ER nurse for over 10 years. So I was privy to see the patients that come in, especially from group homes and assisted living patients. It's known among us nurses that we never want those patients because they're poorly taken care of. So this is what propelled me to want to do this. I initially thought of buying property and to start everything, but it's very expensive. I do have a home, which I love. I love my neighborhood. I've been living there for 7 years. And I've decided to convert my home into a group home. It will be very small, no more than a regular family living, no more than 6 people. I'm not planning to change the outside of the home. As I said, I love my community. I want to keep it as a community. I do not plan to have my home be anything like a hospital or assisted living. I'm providing something different than what I see in the ER every day. I want to provide a regular home where people can live and be well, and just people who need a little bit of assistance. So that's what I want to do. As it relates to the fire sprinkler system, I live less than 100 feet from the fire station. I can look at the fire station. DHS, who will be providing license and regulating the home, they do not require a fire sprinkler system. They merely require fire detectors, not even hardwire fire detectors. Those portable fire detectors that are tested monthly. According to the township recommendations for a hardwire fire system, which will cost me over $8,000, I I totally agree to install the the hardwire fire system. The sprinkler system for an outside system, because the house is already built, it's over 13,000. For it to be inside the walls, it's gonna be maybe 30,000. I do not have that money, and I really think that the sprinkler system will be null and void, because if I have the smoke detectors, they will go off long before anything gets hot enough to trigger a sprinkler system, and the fire station is a stone throw away. They will be there before the sprinkler system is even triggered. Also, according to DHS and according to, I've been looking up online, the smoke detectors is what really save lives. It goes off, we go outside. I am more concerned about saving the lives of my residents that will be there than to save the property with a sprinkler system. And I also, because of how the house is built and the height of the ceiling, to have an outside, an exposed system, it will put me at risk of having like accidental triggers that can also damage the home and cause harm to residents. So I do not feel that that system will provide any form of health or more safety to the residents that I want to provide for.
Can you explain for the board a bit about the operation? Will you be living on the site? Are you the primary caregiver? Or will you have other
I will
employees
be
coming
the
in?
primary caregiver and the administrator of the home, because as I said, I want to play an active role because of how I want my house to run. As it relates to living on the site, I am still iffy about that. I'm not sure what I'm planning on doing yet, but I have two options, but I was waiting on this decision to see where to proceed. I could either, because my backyard is big enough where I could add like an additional structure with permits and everything. I know that's a separate issue. Or I would move into an apartment that's close by as well. So I'm not sure where that is gonna go yet.
So will there be someone there at all times?
Yes, there has to be a care provider there at all times, even overnight with
So-
with the.
So would that be a rotating role? Or like someone?
So for me personally, I will be there during the days, and then I will have someone or different people rotating for nights. Because nights is mostly for sleeping, but there has to be someone there at all times to make sure that everyone is safe.
So, and what, I'm looking at the floor plan, and what space would that overnight person be in? Is that there was a space I questioned, leisure room? So where would that person be that would be overseeing?
So upstairs, I do have a small room that I use for a walk-in closet that could be utilized. We also have living areas downstairs. So this person has to be in a central area, not necessarily somewhere to sleep, because they're not
Right.
permitted to sleep. They have to be up watching the patient. So mostly in the living room, maybe watching TV or something to keep them up through the night.
So there's no dedicated office area?
Well, not
per se.
yet. I have space that I can dedicate to that. And for me, myself, as the administrator, I have like, my house is set up where I basically have two living rooms. So I'm planning to dedicate half of the front living room that's close to the front door as a little office area. But again, I would not want the overnight provider to be there. I would want them in a central area where they can hear and monitor the residents.
Okay.
Would you have a safe or something like that for drugs and things like that that you might need for your?
Again, not yet, because I could not proceed with anything without getting occupancy. This is the first
We're-
step before I can.
When we
do-
ask these questions, we're asking them for when you're up and running. So
Oh,
not necessarily at
oh.
this exact moment, but before you
Yeah.
open, will these things be in place?
Absolutely, and it has to be in place because DHS would not give me license to operate without it. So prior to me operating, DHS would come out and I have a booklet here of everything that I need to satisfy before they would even give me license, but absolutely. And the drugs would only be controlled by me because I would be the one with the license to administer medications.
Who else, in addition to you, would be available to do that? How many, what is your plan?
To
Number per-
administer drugs?
No, well, I'm considering times that you, A, may be asleep, or B, have an illness yourself, that you may not be able to be there. What is your plan? How many other people are you going to have? Who's going to be driving there? Where the people stay? And things like
So
that.
I would have care providers, which are basically nursing assistant, people that I would hire to on rotating shifts. So it would just be employees that would be rotating at the home when I am not there. Or when I have administrative duties, of course.
Who does the food for these people?
So the food will be done by whichever employees there at the time. But every month, according to DHS, we have to have menus. I have to talk to food preparation, like a dietitian, and make sure like the diets satisfy the chronic conditions of the different residents. So all that have to be submitted to DHS before I can get a license to operate.
What kind of residents or patients are you thinking about? Are there minors? Is it seniors? Like what kind of
Good
patients?
question. So it will be seniors. I will not administer anyone under 18 because that's a whole different licensing and everything. And also at this time, I'm not planning on admitting anyone who cannot walk because I would have to have, what do they call it? A ramp. And I'm not planning on changing the outside structure of the house because I want to keep the neighborhood the way it is. So it would be seniors who are able to walk but cannot live by themselves for whatever reason and need assistance.
Would you have a stair lift?
I would have a stair lift if it's needed, but again, I'm not planning on taking anyone who's immobile at this time.
So you're being very selective.
Because it's a small home and I do not want to change the structure of the house too much because I do not want to impact the neighborhood or my home. I do love my home. I just saw a unique business opportunity and a way to help the community and provide something better. So if I need a stair lift, I would, but if I do need a stair lift, that would mean I would need a ramp outside as well, and I'm trying to prevent that.
Have you spoken to your neighbors about the proposed use?
Not all my neighbors, but I'm friendly with a few that are relatively close to my house, and yes, I've spoken to them.
Are they in favor, support?
Yeah, they didn't mind it. My one neighbor asked me a few questions about the structure, like if I plan to change the house and everything, like the outside of the house, which was one of her concerns. That was the only thing, and like the number of residents, and it would be no more than 6, which is like a regular family. I'm not planning on having 10 people.
So I think you show 5 bedrooms on the
Right.
plans you
I
provided,
show
right?
5 bedrooms, but one is big enough to have double beds.
So one of them, I assume, will be for you, because this is still your home?
No, I'm not gonna live there.
Oh, you're not
if
gonna
I'm
live there.
approved. Or, as I said before, I'll either move into an apartment close by for the first year just to see how business is, because I'm trying to be very cautious. Or I would try to extend and add an additional bedroom to the rear of the property where I can stay for the time being. I'm sorry.
And you said one of the bedrooms could possibly be shared?
Yes,
Right,
according to DHS, you have to have a certain amount of square feet to be shared and between, and one of the bedrooms is big enough where we can have double beds for double occupancy. So that's where I got the 6 people.
About the fire, I want to go back to the fire suppression for a second. You said you received, I guess you were looking in the quotes regarding exterior, excuse me, a fire
The sprinkler?
sprinkler system. Um, and before that, you're saying in terms of it was like a fire alarm, a hardwire fire alarm system that you're looking into, and you got quotes for that.
So
Is
I
that what you?
do, and it's in the, I got a few codes. The median code is 8,375 that I am agreeable and I am, ready to have that installed. Of course, I did not do that yet because I didn't
Right.
want to spend the money if I do not get approved, but that is something that I will get done, even though DHS only requires regular battery-operated fire fire detectors. And also, this fire alarm system will be 24-hour monitored by the company that would have it installed and connected to the fire station, which is, again, less than 1,000 feet away.
Would you don't have anything or anybody scheduled to be on the basement floor?
No, because I do have a finished basement. I think I wanted to use that as maybe an activity area or maybe like a semi-workout area for the residents, but I'm not planning to utilize the space for any livable or anything
I
like
think
that.
it's a wise decision.
And we do have like the laundry room in the basement, but I'm not planning to do anything.
That's it for me.
None over here by the board. Is there any public comment?
Right, we'll note for the record that there's no public comment.
Okay,
Shall we go to executive session?
would you like to?
Yes.
Right, we'll recess into All right, you can go back on the record.
Say something before you make your.
Sure.
Please.
Because of my nerves, I kind of forgot to mention, but I did include it in the application. There are many other townships in Delaware County, Harrisburg, Philadelphia, who does not require a fire sprinkler system, even with larger houses. So I just wanted to make that clear that it's not across the board, like not everyone requires it.
Understood.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, we'd like to make a motion.
Make a motion to grant the special exception for the proposed use and deny the variance request for the variance from the fire requirements.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. You'll receive a written decision within 45 days of tonight.
Okay. Application 6-8 of 24 of John, is it Hazakus? And is it Joe? Or Giles? Al, I'm sorry for not pronouncing it correctly. For a special.
Ignazio's bad enough.
Okay, for a special exception pursuant to section 558A to permit an event space, restaurant and bar in the C3 and a variance from section 558B to permit more than one permitted use per lot. The location is 32 Garrett Road in Upper Darby. It's a C3 commercial district in the 7th Council District.
So, sir, are you applicant or attorney?
I was going to say, good evening. I am Michael D'Ignazio. I'm the attorney for the applicant. My Supreme Court ID number is 17531.
Do you happen to have a card on you? Okay. Before we begin, is there any persons present who are requesting party status for this application? Sir? Oh, we have two. So is there's Carlos Arizaga? That's you, sir?
Can you spell that, someone?
8. Sir, you're at 29 Garrett Road? Okay, so you're across the street? Okay. And just to be clear, I don't know if you both were here at the beginning. Party status means that you can ask questions of the applicant's witnesses, testify, you'll receive a copy of the decision, and if you disagree, you can take an appeal to common pleas. There's also an opportunity for public comment, which is just statements in support of or in opposition to the relief requested. I just want to confirm you both want to proceed with party status? Yep. Okay. So
You just want to make a comment.
that's public comment. So we'll give everybody the opportunity to make public comment. I'm just confirming that Mr. Arizaga and Mr. Villa both want party status in this matter. Is that correct? Okay. So there's Carlos Arizaga, 29 Garrett Road. I would recommend to the board that we grant Mr. Arizaga party status due to his proximity. Is there any objection? Any objection from you, Mr. D'Ignazio? Okay, so granted. And Carlos Villa, am I saying that correctly? Okay. 33 Garrett Road, so you are also right across the street? Is that correct?
Can you spell your last name for me, please?
I would also recommend we grant Mr. Villa party status. Is there any objection?
No.
Any objection, Mr. DiNazio? None, seeing none. Both are granted party status. Any other requests for party status from the gallery? Seeing none, the board will enter the following exhibits. ZHB 1 will be the application packet. ZHB 2 will be the notice photos, and ZHB 3 will be the proof of publication. Mr. DiNazio, the floor is yours.
Yes, I only have one witness to present this evening. It'll be John Hazakis.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And your name again, please?
John Hazakis, Hazakis.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Hazakis, the premises 3236 Garrett Road, that is owned by 703236 Garrett Road LLC, is that correct?
Yes, Angelo Caracas.
You're going to have to be clear for her to take it.
Oh,
Angelo Karakakis.
Caracas is the landlord's name.
He's the landlord.
Can you try to spell that? Can you try to spell that last name?
Gotcha.
for me?
Yes.
Karakassis.
As well being, you say he's the landlord, that's pursuant to a certain lease that you have with him dated January 28th, 2023.
Yes,
I'll show you a copy. Is that the lease?
yes,
Now, your landlord, Angelo Karakakis, is also a physician, is that correct?
yes,
A chiropractor. And does he have any connection with 32 Garrett Road?
Yeah, his stores.
He's,
Oh, my.
he occupies it, right?
Yes,
And this lease that you have executed with him, and he's executed with you, is for the basement space at 32 Garrett
Yes.
Road? Is Dr. Karakakis aware of your application here this evening with the zoning
Yes.
hearing board?
yes,
And is, he indicated his agreement that the board approve your request for the lower
Yes.
level?
So, Mr. Hazakis, please wait till your attorney has finished his question before you answer.
I'm showing you what I marked as Exhibit A2. Can you identify the doctor's signature?
yes,
And is this his indication to the board that he supports your application this evening?
yes.
Now, this is an application to create a bar restaurant on the lower level of that building. Is that correct?
Yes.
Let me show you this document, which I marked as Exhibit A3. Do you recognize that?
Yes,
It's a 11 by 8 by 11 drawing of the lower basement level layout of the proposed restaurant. Is that correct?
yes,
Are those all those things indicated on this sketch presently in place at this time?
yes,
Has the basement layout as exposed in A3 been inspected by the township for use and occupancy permit?
yes,
That's already completed.
yes,
Okay. With regards to this proposed restaurant bar, what would be the hours of operation for this?
2 in afternoon to 1 at night. 2 1 in the morning.
So 2 p.m. to 1 a.m., how many days a week?
7.
7 days a week. Okay. As set out on that Exhibit A3, is there currently an updated kitchen, bathrooms, and other space, TVs and walls, and the 3 pool tables as exposed on that Exhibit A3, are they currently in place?
Yes.
Have there been any other pool halls or pubs on the same block as your proposed business?
Pool halls, I don't think so. Bars, yeah, there is.
Bars. Matter of fact, the gentleman who is signed as a party to this action, Mr. Arizakis, he has a bar directly across the street, right? From this premises.
Yes.
And he has an adjacent business to that bar, which is a club, right? Directly across the street. Restaurant.
Yes.
So he has a restaurant and bar directly across the street from where you wish to put in this restaurant. Explain to the board why Dr. Angelo Karakakis went forward and sought you out to develop this lower level, this basement level of this building.
He wanted to rent it out. And he had an advertised for rent and I went,
So he advertised for additional rentals
yes,
at the very property that he maintains
yes,
his medical practice.
yes,
And you responded to that.
yes,
And you came before the township and you made requests of the township to come out and investigate your application. And that's what brought you before this board. Is
Yes.
that correct? Now, and to the board, I would say that if you review the second page of the application that was filed, it spoke in terms of a variance and a special exception, but they were not the ones that were apparently advertised. The application where my name was volunteered, I didn't get this document until last week, the day before the holiday, and I was out of town. The exception was to parking, and the variance was for a event hall in a C3 district. And then what was advertised was a special exception for the event space restaurant and a variance to permit more than one permitted use on a lot. So they got flipped. I don't know whether they got flipped somehow in the advertisement or where we're going. But I just spoke to that because I want to indicate that in the C3, at section 550-33C2A, there is no minimum off-street parking requirement in a C3 district unless the size of the principal building area is greater than 20,000 feet.
So the advertisement will control what we're considering tonight.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I understand. I just wanted you to understand how I'm going to introduce this fourth exhibit, which is the current assessor's information from Delaware County Board of Assessment, which shows the size of the property such that when you calculate it to 3 floors, it's much less than 20,000 square feet, so that there's no requirement necessitated with regards to this application here this evening.
I believe the zoning officer is in agreement with you. That's correct.
Well, no comment. I have no further questions of the applicant this evening.
All right. Members of the board? This is their only witness, so any questions you have are appropriate at this time.
Okay, so I'm just a little mixed up here. So the event space was always an event space. I'm sorry, yeah, the restaurant bar. What are we calling this? An event hall? What are we? Restaurant bar, okay, I'll refer to it.
Which is
as
a
such.
permitted use in the C3 district.
Okay, all right, restaurant bar. And it was already existing prior to you answering the ad?
Occupied as a restaurant bar. That's gonna be the first time.
Oh, this is the first time, okay, okay. What was it prior, do you know?
It was a finished basement, but never was occupied.
There was, oh, okay, okay. And so you want to make it restaurant bar? And did I see, I was looking at one of the drawings, pool tables, or those were tables or some
Three
sort?
tables inside.
Okay. And how do people enter it if it's in the basement?
There is an entrance from the front, got a road, and from the back, which is two entrances.
Okay, so they go down on
Yes,
both?
yes,
It's a walk down?
yes.
And are they the same, the entrance and the egress, they're both the same location?
No, the one is on Gather Road, and the other one is in the back by the TD Bank.
Oh, of the back of that curve, okay, okay,
There's two entrances. But
okay.
you gotta go down steps.
Still have to go down?
Yes.
Okay. How many steps approximately?
1, 2, 3, 8 steps.
Okay.
No, 3 to get in, then another 5 to go down, yes, 8 steps.
And what's the capacity for the space, the youth capacity?
The capacity, you mean how many square feet?
No, how many people can be there?
Oh, like 80 people,
80?
80, 90, oh yeah.
Is that your plan to,
About 80 people is good.
okay. And would you be utilizing, I see a fitness room,
DJ booth.
yeah, I'm looking at, would you be utilizing all those spaces as such? Are they partitioned or are they open? Where the fitness room, storage, front utility room, DJ booth management, are these all individual rooms?
Well, there is storage,
Well, each room, each square,
there's an office.
is the DJ booth a room, four walls?
Well, it's not a room, it's
A booth, it's open?
yeah, like a booth, yeah.
Okay, okay. Fitness room is a room?
Yes,
Okay, 4 walls. So you would, the fitness room, the DJ booth would be utilized during your business operation?
yes.
Management.
Sorry, there's a fitness room and a restaurant?
Well, that was my question. How do you,
Fitness is
restaurant
for
bar?
the waitress to change, to, when they come to
Oh, you mean
work.
like a locker room?
Yeah, like a
Oh.
locker room, yeah.
Okay, okay, I'm thinking workout.
Uh-huh.
It shows 10 tables, and 4 seats to the, 4 chairs to the, per table.
Is there a dance floor? Is this E in the center? Is there a dance floor?
In the center, you can make it a dance floor, yeah. You can put tables on the dance floor in the center. If somebody wants to dance.
Are there any windows, any natural light coming in? Just
No
curious.
windows, no.
I'm just trying to get a visual of the configuration. Okay, I have no more questions.
Can we just clarify? So the restaurant and bars are permitted use. What's the sought relief here? What are you
That's the
seeking?
question I had. This, and it was raised in the prior, which was a multi-use building, the prior application in front of ours. But there's no reference in the ordinance, in your zoning ordinance, about a special events restaurant. So I don't know what that means. The restaurant is permitted.
What was applied for though?
Or
what use was applied for?
Well, again, it was applied, it was looking for a special exception because the restaurant bar was, I guess, accepted by the township office that needed a special events restaurant bar, but there's no such definition in your
I think we
ordinance.
can ask the zoning officer to explain.
Yeah, so when the application came to me, it was said that they wanted to do, a restaurant and bar, but they also wanted to do special events. So, the restaurant and bar is an allowed permitted use. Right, what's not allowed though is to have two uses on one site, so that would require the variance. And then the special exception comes if they want to use that that property for special events as well as the bar and restaurant. And to have any of them, right, with the existing Apex Chiropractic, you would need the variance.
Okay, so I guess counsel or your witness, are you saying now that you're not seeking the special events
No,
use?
what I'm saying to the board is if there's any ambiguity in the zoning statute, and I suggest there is because special events, restaurant, bar is not defined anywhere in the statute, you have to give the owner, the applicant, the benefit of the observation, and he has therefore the presumption that it's a permitted use.
Right, but that's not answering my question.
Find a
Hold,
special.
hold on,
Pardon?
hold on. The way the zoning code is structured, that if there is an undefined use, it's permitted in the C3 district by a special exception. Therefore, when the applicant represented that he wanted to hold special events or use the space in addition to the standard restaurant and bar operation as an event space, it triggers that provision that requires special exception approval by the zoning hearing board to allow use of the premises to hold special events as an event space. That is the provision under which we're operating.
I don't want to argue. I'm just trying, I know that's what and that's when I came here this evening, I saw that and I thought, well, that wasn't the application that was delivered to me. I know the client was responsible in making that application. I didn't get it till, as I said, last Wednesday. But it's not a special exception to have a bar restaurant in the C3 downtown commercial district. It's permitted.
It's a special exception to have the combined use of bar, restaurant, and event space in the C3 district.
And where's that, is that set out in the ordinance?
That's the interpretation of the zoning officer and consistent with how we've been operating as a zoning hearing
I
board.
understand.
If, sir, you would like to amend your application to file some type of validity challenge, we'll give you leave to do that. But under the interpretation of the zoning officer, it requires a special exception, and the board is considering that this evening.
Could I clarify?
Yeah.
If you
I think my position more accurately is that it is a special, it is an event space and also a restaurant, right? Having those two uses together, in itself would need the variance of having more than two uses. And then either one of those uses with the existing chiropractic would also need that same variance. And that is how
No
I,
question about that variance. I understand the second part of the variance. I was
So-
just speaking to the special exception portion. So that every restaurant application that comes before you, if there's any dancing, you're going to say it's a special events restaurant.
if it meets that qualification for special events, if there's ticketed, if it closed down, if it is outside, of the realm of a restaurant and bar.
And what I'm trying to get to, and I'll stop after this, where is that set out in the ordinance? What he just said, where is it set out in your ordinance?
Well, there's a definition of restaurant and bar.
Yes, I
So
know, and
that's
it's
set
a
up-
permitted
so-
use.
Right. What he's saying, and I feel like we're going in circles because my question, interpretation aside, I'm asking about your client's intent. So my question is, do you intend to use this as an event space? That's my question.
Can I confirm my client? 1 second. Okay, all right, all right.
It can happen, yeah.
All right. He's saying that he wishes to proceed before the board with knowing that he would have dancing in his restaurant. And so therefore, I would take up the solicitor's invitation that the variance is a validity variance. We'd ask you to appear, take it therefore as a validity variance.
Related to the use? Is that what you're stating? Because we're operating under a special exception. I'm very confused as to why this is.
I'm lost.
This is turning into such a conundrum.
Do you want to use this space as an event space in addition?
He just said he does.
He does.
In addition to the restaurant bar, that's what he said.
Restaurant, bar, and special.
If you do not want the board to consider as a special exception, you want to amend your application for a validity variance, then we're going to have to continue the application and re-advertise so the proper notice is given of what the board's going to consider.
I've discussed that possibility with my client. I think he's still considering it now that you're making the same suggestion to him.
I'm not suggesting anything. I'm saying that's the procedure of how.
Oh, sure, I
If
know.
you want to amend, that's how we will have to proceed.
Mhm. You want
So if it's a restaurant bar, there is no dancing.
You want to confer?
That is
I-
correct.
That's what they're saying, if it's a restaurant bar, there's no special offense attached to it, so therefore you don't need the special exception.
Okay, but if it's just a restaurant bar, you're not able to dance?
That's the idea.
If you want dancing, we go forward the way it's been presented to them.
Is dancing the issue?
Yeah.
I don't know if dancing per se
I don't
is
think
the
that's
issue.
what you stated.
Bar restaurant.
What?
I'm agreeing. I don't think that's what you stated.
No, it's more about how it's being used. Is it being used as a restaurant and bar, or is it being used as a club? And I-
Restaurant bar. Restaurant bar.
Right. Or is it both? And I think that's what was advertised was both.
So you're saying that you took his application to be restaurant, bar, and a club in the same space?
Yes, I think that's
He's not
accurate.
just saying he's made the decision, wants to proceed just as a restaurant, bar, not a club. Is that what? you're
Restaurant bar,
saying?
yes.
No dancing?
In the bars, if you go, you don't dance, I don't know. I mean, it's a bar, you're not allowed to dance, I don't understand.
No,
No,
I don't think that's
All right,
it.
can we go off the record? Do the three of you want to have a conversation before we proceed any further in this hearing? I don't need to do it on the record. I'm not saying, Josh, that your interpretation is wrong. I don't know if the appropriate information was given to you, and I think we need to clarify what the applicant is asking to do on the premises before we create any more of a record for this.
So we do have a definition of event space. That's why I'm asking.
That's
why
why
I'm
I
asking you
asked, you're
very
saying you have a
specifically.
definition of an event space,
That's why I
and
asked
that
the
it's
question the
applied
way I'm asking it.
in a C3 district.
Do we have a definition of event space? Where is the definition of event space?
Yeah.
Which section?
I have parenthetic, and this is, we're off the record. I as well, a solicitor for Class 1 Township. I've been since 1976. I went through your ordinance, especially online, and I went over to the courthouse library, pulled the actual thing off the, out of the courthouse library, and I could find no definition of events. Anywhere in the ordinance. There's not, so I don't know how we could respond.
He knows what he wants to do.
That gets us back to your suggestion, and my client's taking two different stances on it.
I think that's probably the biggest problem here is I don't think we fully understand what your client wants to do on the property.
Restaurant. Let's just make it a bar restaurant, not a.
You wanted to go forward merely on bar, restaurant,
Yes.
no dancing
Yes.
now. It's the third time you changed your mind. but
Well,
We'll go forward on that.
I thought at the bar you could dance. That's was, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah.
No.
And I understand the position of the Commonwealth Court that in ambiguity, the way the township or municipality has been operating under its ordinance has to be considered by. I got that. I'm just saying as to certain presumptions that must be raised, whether factual or legal, it still has to have some basis in the ordinance that you're standing upon.
Well, I mean, it's in the table of community uses.
What is?
Conference center, banquet facility.
That's not this. It's a bar restaurant.
Is the banquet facility the same thing that that's this use that we applied to Long Lane and the use we applied to?
Yes, banquet facility is what we installed.
Is, okay, can we go back on the record, please? All right, so we're gonna clarify that the interpretation of the zoning officer is that the use as represented to the zoning officer at the time of application was a bar and restaurant and combined with a space to hold events, which is previously considered as a conference center or banquet facility under the use table and is permitted by special exception in the C3 district, as well as a variance under section 8B to permit more than one permitted use per lot. And that's what we're going to operate under the assumption.
Okay, we'll proceed with that understanding
Okay,
as explicated by your solicitor.
so you want to proceed with the board considering a special exception and the variance for the multiple uses?
That's correct.
Okay. Now that we have that clarified, are there other questions related to the use and the multiple uses? The multiple uses being the operation of the applicant's facility, combination facility, and the chiropractic or pain management center that's upstairs. Or any other board questions?
Sorry. The hours of operation, you said were 7 days a week, 2 PM to 1 AM?
Yes.
You said there were bars across the street?
Yes.
Our protester. Both of them, by the way.
They'll have their opportunity, and you can have their opportunity to ask some questions.
How do you, so you said the entrance to the proper, I guess it's the entrance to the space is you basically have to go downstairs, like do a, I guess, front entryway and you go downstairs. Is that entryway only for that space or is it shared with?
He shares with the doctors. You open the,
It's the same entryway?
yeah, you go to the subway, the doctor's office here, then you go down the steps to go to my place.
Okay. How do you intend to facilitate security with that setup?
Security,
Let me ask you, do you intend to have security for your bar, restaurant and bar?
it depends the business. If he needs it, yes.
Don't you Don't you have to like check IDs and things of that
Oh,
nature?
yeah. If it's, I don't have my legal license yet. The legal license, I'm gonna apply and it's gonna take 90 days. Right now, I'm gonna run as a restaurant, then I'm gonna apply for the legal license. I don't have the license yet.
Got it, okay.
I wanna go through these test roads tonight, then apply for the legal license.
So assuming you get it,
Mm-hmm.
the
Oh,
liquor,
yeah, yes.
how do you plan on having security outside on the sidewalk? How do you have a plan for
When
that?
I have the legal license, yes, I'm gonna have somebody in the door to check the IDs and for guns and knives with the machine. I already have 2 of them. The ones you go like this,
The wands,
Yeah.
the beep beep? Okay.
Please make sure beep beep is included in the record.
For the nights or days, I guess, because 2 p.m., that you are utilizing the space as an event space, where will loading take place? Is there a designated loading area
Yeah,
for that
the
space?
back. The back entrance, the customers do not use, they use the front. That's for the garbage cans out and everything. The back is the lorry to bring the stuff.
Okay. And it's all street parking there, right?
Yes.
Is most, so will most of the guests enter from the front, would you say, or the,
front.
or the back? Because I'm just looking at the front where the chiropractic office is,
The blue door next to it.
to the left,
Yeah, to the left, yes,
that little door.
yes.
Okay.
Where's trash going to be stored?
In the back entrance. I already have a garbage can here.
Dumpster or can?
Dumpster.
Okay.
Just to confirm, there are no intended use of hookah bars or anything like that in your bars?
What type of, what?
No
Hookah.
hookah.
No.
I had to actually go to the encyclopedia
Look it up.
to find out what a hookah bar was. I had no idea. And I think you're the only ordinance in Delaware County has any reference to a hookah bar. Your zoning ordinance.
I don't have any. Yeah, I don't have any more questions.
Any other board questions? All right, Mr. Arizaga, do you have any questions for the applicant? Or do you just want to make statements? This is just the time for questions. Oh, you come up to the microphone on the side here. Yep.
First of all, hi, Carlos.
Mike.
What happened the last time that, a couple months ago, you were selling alcohol and all
I
that?
didn't sell no alcohol.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah.
I have, I have fireman families. that-
Hold on. No. We're not going to do this. This isn't going to be a fight. Okay, we're going to ask questions about his proposed use.
Mhm.
Answer if you can.
So the reason I know this is because I live across the street.
You want to make statements, that will give you the opportunity for that too. This is just questions.
Question, so what happened last time when you brought a band inside to the place?
We had a party.
Yeah, but
Party,
what
party.
happened after that?
Nothing happened after that. We had a party.
Okay, so what are you gonna do with
I didn't catch his answer. Wait, hold on.
Mhm.
What was his answer?
Had a party.
In other words, he.
Oh, you had a party.
Yeah, he had an event, a party and stuff like that.
Stop. There's 4 people talking at once.
Right. He had improved, as the exhibit shows, the sketch with the tables, the chairs, the bar, and the pool tables, and he had a personal party there.
Okay.
Nothing wrong with that.
Mhm.
I just didn't hear the answer.
I
just
know,
wanted to-
I know, I'm just making it clear, make sure it's clear on the record.
No, yeah. But I thought that night you guys
And
got
you
raided.
making- You making a mistake, you thought.
No,
You
no.
thought.
You guys got raided that night, right?
Got what?
Raided?
Another lie, that should have been on the records.
Mm.
Why you lie? Why you
Oh,
come
no,
here
no,
to
no.
lie?
Stop.
I'm not lying, I'm
I
just
didn't
saying.
I never got raided.
All
Why
right,
you come
just
here
say
to
no, there's never
No,
been a
okay.
raid. No, you
Yeah,
don't
if
have
you
to,
want.
just.
Okay,
You
so
have-
what's in it? So the broken bottles, all the stuff the drunk people come after, like, what, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning
What problem?
in the street?
There is 1, 2, 3, 4 bars in the street that you're telling me are broken barrels?
Yes,
It
well,
might be from his bar, I don't know.
no, well, I know the security on his bar.
Oh, okay, all
Say,
right.
it's just,
I know it because they don't,
So this is, I don't
stay
want
in
to,
detail.
this isn't supposed to be argumentative. If you have actual questions about his use, feel free to ask them. You also have the opportunity to make statements to the board about your observations, your experience living across the street.
all right. Well, that's it for me for now.
Okay.
Just wanted to know that.
Thank you. Mr. Villa, do you have questions?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, my question is, when did you start your business?
When did I start my business?
Yes,
What do you mean? I started, yeah. I had a few parties with my friends, yes, but I started my business, yes, that's why I'm here.
but that's
Is
not,
that answer your question?
okay. That's not that I know, I mean, because you,
No, he's a competition.
he's
club.
advertising in
Stop.
Facebook. He's advertising in Facebook every week that you have parties and everything.
Yes.
That's a business. If you sell them,
He has a lease.
Oh, stop. This is getting argumentative.
I'm-
Please
I'm
just
asking.
ask questions.
I'm asking questions, yes, thank you. If you selling beer, is that a business or is a party?
I don't sell no beer.
Okay.
I do not sell no beer. I have no license to sell beer.
Exactly.
Yes.
So you're doing something illegal.
No, you doing
Please just ask questions.
All right, so you're saying that you didn't open a business?
No,
You-
it's closed. My business is closed. That's why I'm here to open it up.
Okay. When,
Not like your business, you sell drugs. I heard what you do.
so the people that was working in the basement doing the remodeling and everything, that wasn't you?
Me and my partner.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Okay. Any follow-up board questions?
I do have a question. So are you open?
No, ma'am.
He has a lease dated December of 2023. He fixed the place up, spent $35,000 fixing up the space that
Okay.
he's leasing, and he had private parties, family, friends,
yeah.
that type thing. He's leasing the space, he fixed it up, he
So-
can have a party.
Not open to the public, but
No,
you
no,
are,
no,
but
no.
you're functioning because you could have private parties.
Yes. I'm not open to the public, no. That's why I'm here. I haven't been to that place for the past about 7 weeks. I haven't been there. It's closed.
Have the police been called to one of your private parties?
Pardon me?
Has the police been called to one of your private
No.
parties?
No.
Josh, is there a CO for the property currently?
No, not currently. There was an application made. Let me just get my.
If no, not currently is
Okay.
sufficient. Any other board questions? All right, we'll start. Any other testimony from the applicant? No. All right, Mr. Arzaga, this is your opportunity to make statements on your behalf. So if you want to come up to the microphone, we'll have you sworn in. Yes, please. I don't care. Just go to the microphone.
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
So anything you want to offer to the board, Mr. Ard?
Yeah, so should I talk directly to you guys or?
To the board.
So they've been open a couple months ago. The cops that usually come and secure the area before people leave at 2 o'clock in the morning. They told us that, you know, they've been seeing people going in and out.
Yep.
Police officers to him.
So
That's hearsay.
understood and sustained. Please just speak to your own observations and,
All right.
and
So,
experience.
well, people go in and out. Since they don't have security, they let anyone in. I seen kids in, I seen underage, anything, and they don't get out until like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning. And then the raid happened. That's why they shut down. That happened the day, can't remember exactly, but it was a month and something ago, where they brought, you know, like a live band, and then they got raided after we left around 2 o'clock. I was at the bar, and so I left, and then they told me, well, I went to sleep because I was already drunk, so they told me yesterday, my friends.
Hey, again,
Oh,
objection.
my bad.
What someone told.
And I got raided, and then I saw a couple weeks later
That's what I'm saying.
the paper on the front.
You saw what the notice?
Yellow paper on the front.
Okay,
So that's what I thought, because they were, you know,
stop.
That's the zoning
I thought it was like because they were operating without a license and stuff.
Okay.
notice. It's a zoning notice.
Look, it's his testimony. This isn't group discussion. You saw the yellow zoning notice on the front of the property?
I didn't get closer to look at it, but I saw it from the far, so I was like, they probably were going, you know, without a license, so.
Anything else you'd like to
No, that'd
offer?
be it.
All right. Mr.
Yes, I do.
D'Ignazio, do you have any questions? So you have to answer questions of both the board and the applicant. So just stay at the microphone,
You
please.
have a contractual relationship with this gentleman?
No.
You don't work for him?
No.
Never worked for him? And you live?
No, I mean, I live across, but I sometimes go drink there.
Pardon?
I live a
You
couple,
use-
I just go drink there.
You drink at his location?
Yeah.
Okay. I no further questions.
Any board questions?
Well,
Oh,
everything.
any board questions?
No, for me.
Thank you, sir. You can sit down. Mr. Villa, can you come forward, please?
Can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Mr. Villa, whatever you want to offer to the board.
Yes, actually, I have a couple pictures of the place where they throwing the parties with the pool tables and everything.
Okay, if you want to offer that, you can show them to Mr. Dean. Show them to the attorney first.
See the place. I never been in the place, but
Are these pictures you took yourself?
no, they're posting in Facebook, I mean,
Okay.
parties.
Are they, the screenshots or things that you took? Do you know when these were taken, Mr. Villa?
I'm not sure, I mean, my phone is dead, but
Okay.
been like 2 months ago. something.
We'll mark those as collectively as V1 and the board will give them
That's a clear evidence.
the appropriate
that they
weight.
Over there.
Can you just wait till I'm finished speaking? Thank you.
Go ahead.
You can only talk one person at a time.
I'm sorry.
So you offered these pictures. What else did you want to offer?
I just have the picture right now, but I mean, I know they always posting and the social media, so I can get some more evidence, but I can just do my testimony right now.
Yes, please, your testimony.
I know Angela, the building owner is my friend. He offered me to rent a place, but I didn't want it because I have my two business across the street. Okay. And then he told me that he wants to do an event place downstairs. Then another friend told me that there's people working.
So you can't, and we're going to sustain, Mr. Villa, please don't give us what your friend told you.
Okay,
We
okay.
just want to know your observations and your experience,
Then-
please.
And then I see people working in the basement. So I noticed that something is going on there. I've been in Garden Road for more than 20 years. I have two businesses there, Sabor Latino, more than 20 years there, and El Cuscatleco Restaurant. We have like 15 years at restaurant. We never have any problems in the street. But right now, everybody think that, it's a lot of Latinos in Upper Darby. So everybody's trying to open speak easy places everywhere. Okay? And
Objection, that's pure,
I'm giving my testimony. Why you doing?
What's the objection?
that's pure supposition. It's not based upon facts or evidence.
This affecting my
Sir,
business.
can you please wait? Objection is overruled. Please continue.
Should I continue?
Yes.
Okay. So it's a speakeasies everywhere. I'm losing customers, not because of they're doing business illegally. It's because it's police every weekend on the street trying to control all these people, these drunks fighting outside. So people doesn't come to eat to my restaurant because they are scared. They see the police all over, they don't come. Okay. In trying to put another restaurant or bar in the block, I don't think it's gonna help. It's no. And even they don't even have a liquor license. They thinking to apply for. It's something they're not gonna get it because I gotta be there to reject that. So, you have a lot of evidence. You know what to do. Okay, that's all I can say.
Thank you, Mr. Villa. Mr. DiGnazio, do you want to ask? No, wait a second.
I have no questions.
You have no questions. Is the board?
I wouldn't, I have no questions,
Thank
Chairman. I just want to point out to the board that the pictures that he showed you, there's no evidence of any alcohol in any of those pictures. No beer, no bottles, there's nothing. It's as my client truthfully testified to, he had some private parties after he got the space improved. And that's what those photographs that he offers support, nothing more.
Does the board have any questions for Mr. Villa?
Sir, did you witness police coming to the area, or are you?
Every
is this
weekend,
hearsay?
every weekend is police there. Even it's an alleyway right across the street from 32 Garden Road. It's an alleyway, and always is a police car over there watching how many people is getting into the place. So they were on watch.
And any
And
Any
then there
other-
was another police car behind the building because after they shut down the place, they start getting people from the back door to the basement.
Any other board questions?
I have some questions about that.
Yes.
What do you mean that police shut them down? You're suggesting now that there's incident reports in the Upper Darby Township Police Department shutting down this man's business? Is that what you're saying?
I don't know. I close my business at 2 o'clock,
You're right.
and then
You
I
don't
hear
know.
the rumors.
Can you please not argue with the witness and let him answer the question you're asking?
I close my business at 2 o'clock,
And
then I find out that the place is closed.
Sir, please, if you're going to answer the question, let him answer it.
I have no further questions.
Okay, thank you.
You can take public comment.
Is there any public comment?
Ma'am, can you please come forward? Hi, can you please introduce yourself?
My name is Corina Ramos. I'm
Spell
a
your name, please.
Corina.
Have you sworn, please?
Raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Go ahead.
thank you. I just want to tell you that the business doesn't bring anything favorable to the neighborhood. I had to go pick up my kid at 3:30 in the morning because they let minors go in. He's 18 years old. And they have been on and off for a long time. It's not a new thing that he's applying for. This business has been running on, and the police has been there, and they know it. They know that this business, they've been observing this business. So I don't think it's a place where kids could go and attend like that. My son suffered consequences for it, but it's a place that's been available for minors for a long time.
Right. Thank you, ma'am. Is there any other public comment?
Yeah, see, I have no public comment.
Please come up and introduce yourself. We'll have you sworn in.
My name is Joe Urgiles,
Spell your last name.
Urgiles.
Can you raise your right hand, please?
Yeah.
Do you swear or affirm that the testimony that you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yeah, I do. About the arguments that to these people right here, I want to say about the ban. He talking about that. It is true, because that the thing is we got the permit before, so that's why we did it that event. Is because we got a birthday family, right? So we bring a band because we don't do anything wrong with the kids or something like that. Nobody in, no kids, no nothing. Just we know, we adults, we know what we gonna do in this place. We don't do any. We after that we never gonna do anything wrong. About the pictures, he say we posted in the medium social. This is fake because I'm never posting anything about that place, and my partner here, he don't do anything true about that. I don't know who is did it. I don't know from where is coming that pictures. Please trust me, I don't do anything about the social media. All right? And sorry, please, that country is opportunities. We don't make it that business for take you customers. We make that business is for because we need to work and we got kids to work it for the future. That's all we want. All right? Thank you.
Thank you. What's the board want to do? All right, we're going to recess into executive session.
Okay, we'd like to make a motion.
I make a motion to deny the variance and special reception request.
Seconded.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, you'll receive a written decision within 45 days. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn.